Thank you. So a quick introduction, make it official. My name is John Boero. I am the Partner Solutions Engineer for HashiCorp out of EMEA, based in London. I am from Chicago, so don't let the accent fool you. And I have been with HashiCorp almost 3 years, both in a customer-facing SE role, pre-sales role, and now partner SE as well. The good news is I get to interact with partners directly, such as Somerford, and in my opinion, we get to have the best time, the most fun of the SEs, because we get to put together great events like this, where everybody gets together and uses our free learning portals, right? So we also offer the option of certification. If anybody's interested in doing that afterwards or sometime in the future, please let me know. I can arrange that as well, okay? Most of you I believe, are customers that have been using maybe our open source for quite a while. I know a few people on the list that I've probably dealt with probably even back to 2 years ago. But if you are brand new to this, the good news is it is introductory. Right, so we're going to do a very brief introduction to Terraform from scratch and then jump straight into Terraform Cloud. One thing that I would like people to do before we jump in, and I'll send this link again to the invitation for the workshop, I would like people to go to app.terraform.io. If you don't have a Terraform account on the cloud, I will have to sign up. And go to create, where is it? Sign up account. So if you go app.terraform.io/signup/account, and I'll drop that in the chat. Oh, hello. Also, Dominique is on. She's here to answer questions via chat. Super helpful. Also, I believe Will is on. Hello, Will. Thank you for joining. So I have some assistance from HashiCorp if anybody has any questions, and I'm rambling like a madman, right? So first things first, before we dive in, if you don't have an account on Terraform Cloud, please do sign up for one. We don't use this data for marketing or anything. So, you know, it is your own account. You can choose if you want to use your personal or business email. Everybody gets a free account. The one thing that is paid in Terraform Cloud is the organization type. Right? So if we break people into teams, as we're going to show how to do later, that kind of advanced features would normally take the paid account. But in the meantime, the workshop we're going to do, we'll be using the Terraform Cloud, which is our Terraform Enterprise platform hosted out of SaaS in the US. I have been pushing for years to get a SaaS hosted in the UK or in EMEA, and I believe it is supposed to happen within the next quarter or two. I'm fingers crossed. So just so you know, all of this data is hosted in the US if you do have a data sovereignty issue, but we're just doing labs for this, right? So shouldn't be an issue. Great. If you do sign up for this, get a confirmation email and confirm your account, right? You also have the option of setting up MFA if you want to, right? Great, and then you'll be presented this. It will say create an organization. That's the basis. That's what we like to have everybody put together before we get going. Right. So again, if you're late joining, Terraform Cloud on AWS, out of all of our tracks, Terraform workshops are the trickiest to put together because obviously it is cloud specific. There's even some behind the scenes work on multi-cloud Terraform. So we deploy resources in all 3 clouds and connect them together. It's a nice idea. It is tricky to implement with a group of people, right? A large group of people. So I will click here. I've got my slides that I will skim through. Nobody wants to spend the whole day looking at slides, I imagine. And if you are using a different cloud on your own location, your own customer, your own day-to-day job, feel free to kind of go back over. And if you want, I can send labs for the other versions as well, if you want to do that on your own time. Just to keep it simple, we're sticking with AWS for now. Okay. So if we were in person, which ideally we would be, I'm sorry we're not. Obviously, COVID has changed quite a bit of our workshop experience. This is normally where we go around the tables and introduce. I do have the attendee list, and I am excited that there are so many people on. What are we up to right now? 46, fantastic. I have done these around a tour of Europe, and in January before COVID, we had up to 70 in one room, so I think we should be okay. But if anybody has any problem or feels like they're stuck behind, please feel free to pop out in the chat or even chat directly with Dominique or Will. Also, I do tend to ramble a bit, so if anybody needs a break, feel free to chime in and just raise your hand and say, yeah, it's time to take a 5-minute break. That's fine too. I always keep a cafetiere full of tea nearby, and that's an automatic reminder every time I need to take a break. Okay, so if you follow along, these slides are public. In fact, they are on GitHub, so all of our content for our workshops is public. If anybody sees a change they wish to make, we can do a pull request for that, right? Or if they want to add a feature or update a feature. Oftentimes, this workshop will differ day to day, right? There may be a change in the next week. I've done this most recently about 2 weeks ago, and it worked pretty smooth. Okay, not only are the slides themselves in GitHub, but even the instructed content, the interactive content, which we're about to do. Right. So really briefly, again, this is assuming that you've at least seen Terraform open source. You maybe know what it is. It's a binary with basic commands that runs against your code. I will skip that. I'll skip over that, I should say, in section 1. Just briefly give the basics of Terraform commands. We're going to get into security and RBACs and sensitive variables, right? So if you're working in Terraform Cloud, you're going to want to encrypt or protect secrets like your cloud IAM credentials, etc. We'll show you how you can do that as well. And that is done behind the scenes with our Vault product, which is another, in fact, one of our most popular products. So we're going to delve into VCS and policy enforcement. One of the things that you get with the free tier is, I'll actually dive into it after the slide. I'll jump over to the docs page and show you the comparison of the options. Right? So the collaboration and the VCS options are part of Terraform Enterprise. They're more of an extension on top of Terraform Cloud. And a lot of people may not realize that these exist. They're really handy, and all you need to do to deploy your cloud resources is contribute to a Git repo. Right? Nobody has to actually run Terraform code or Terraform apply manually. We also will cover the enterprise paid feature of Sentinel. So Sentinel is a governance layer, and one practitioner on open source Terraform can deploy 10 VMs and impress management that they automated a job. What's to prevent them from spinning up 1,000 Bitcoin miners and the company die? Right? That's what Sentinel is for. Okay, then we'll dive quickly into Terraform modules and module registry. And I'll compare the public module registry, which is a repo of all of our cloud provider shortcuts and functions and modules. And I will also show you how to do that in your own private module registry within Terraform Cloud. Okay. We'll also cover briefly the API-driven workflows. If you're doing a CI/CD pipeline, not just a VCS code commit, but you need a Jenkins pipeline to be able to interject during the run and make sure things are okay. We'll show you how you can do that as well. And finally, we'll show the extra resources, the bonus lab, and the useful links. These lab environments that I'm creating for you will be around for, I think the expiration is 3 days and expires in 2 days. So if anybody either wants to go over something again or recreate an environment or practice again, you can go back and do it for up to 2 days. Okay, and I'll copy the URL again one more time. Drop this into chat if anybody doesn't have it. Excellent, and that's what we'll get to, I believe, on slide 31. We'll start the workshop itself. Okay. So, Terraform, open source software, cloud and enterprise compare. Right? If you do have experience with Terraform open source, again, it's just a Go binary that can read and interpret your Terraform code, which is actually HCL. And here we actually have a video from our one of our co-founders, Armand Dadgar, on what the journey to Terraform was. A lot of our products are actually the result of our own cloud journey. In fact, if you go back to the original HashiCorp product of Vagrant. Vagrant was created by Mitchell and Armand, our co-founders, in about a week using some Ruby code. Right? It quickly branched out and became a big popular community item. Now, on top of that, they switched to Go and wrote the product Packer for building and maintaining images. In fact, I can switch back briefly to our product deck. So a bit of background. The 6 products on the right constitute our portfolio. Vagrant and Packer, many of you are familiar with. All open source options. There's no enterprise support, but they are used by the enterprise and many of the top Fortune 100 companies. Everything below that was targeted at enterprise. So Terraform, in my mind, was an extension of Vagrant. Vagrant was a way to spin up a couple of VMs on a local machine for development. It quickly became apparent that that was useful, but in a multi-cloud and a hybrid cloud environment where you have resources such as security groups, firewalls, routes, etc., and even DNS records, you would need something more powerful, right? And you would need a way that you could exchange data with your teammates between runs. So Terraform was an evolution of that, right? You've got HCL as a versatile language for configuring multiple cloud resources. Okay. Below that, we have Vault, our security product, and Secrets Manager, which ironically was just created in a weekend again as a project within Terraform. We had a Terraform SaaS, much like the Terraform Cloud you see today. We realized we had to secure customer secrets. Right? Nobody would trust their cloud platform or their cloud manager if they had plain text credentials in the database. So Vault was actually created as a supplement to that, and was immediately apparent that it had its own value and its own product in line. Right? So once you secure that environment, we realized that we needed a way to be able to connect and do service discovery. It's our console product, and schedule jobs, right? Not just monitor and schedule services and jobs, but also keep them up on a cluster and keep them scheduled, right, and distributed. So Nomad is our scheduler, right? So a brief introduction there. Back to the slides on Terraform. Let's focus on Terraform. Anybody can watch Armand's presentation later. He's a great presenter, actually. Give him a whiteboard marker, and he just will change an industry.
John?
Yes.
There's this little box that seems to hover over your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the chat window. Sorry. Go ahead and watch the chat for me, because I'm going to have to hide the chat window. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, so Terraform code is written in HCL, HashiCorp Configuration Language, right? HashiCorp Configuration Language is kind of a hybrid, I would say, of JSON and a little bit more functional, right? So there are a lot of our products that will consume HCL and or JSON side by side. So in fact, like a Packer manifest will be JSON. A Nomad job can be JSON or HCL. And there are actually tools to compare and convert between them. Okay, this is an example of what it looks like. The good news is it's ideal for cloud configuration. It's a little bit simpler than JSON. And most importantly, it allows comment, right? So a lot of things like ARM templates and, ARM templates, CloudFormation templates, and other cloud automation tools that just do JSON, there's no option for comment oftentimes, and the code can get very ugly. In fact, I believe there's a comparison of HCL and JSON later. It's just easy to read, easy to write, and actually has good support within VS Code, Visual Studio Code, and other IDEs if you're trying to do that. Okay. Stop building things by hand, put everything into repeatable Terraform configuration. This format is common across all the clouds you're going to need, right? If there's a cloud provider that can interpret this code within Terraform, you can use the same style of code to do just about anything anywhere. Okay. So we do offer the 2 packages for Terraform Enterprise, right? We have Terraform Cloud, which is the hosted SaaS. Again, it's hosted in the US right now. We have Terraform Enterprise, which is more common in Europe. Obviously, most people have a data sovereignty issue, and we will see that there's a bit of latency between the UK and US East Coast where it's hosted. Right? So most customers that I deal with, at least larger customers, will go with their own private install. We have reference architectures that you can do this and install everything you see today locally. right? Not just installing Terraform Cloud locally, but getting the Terraform Enterprise features on top of it, such as single sign-on and the more advanced multi-tenant features that you'll get having your own instance. Okay. As of just HashiConf, our conference last week, which was done remotely, they announced that there's a roadmap for Terraform Cloud for business. Right? So it's going to be similar to Terraform Cloud in that it's easy to use, but it has the features of Terraform Enterprise. So it's kind of a hybrid between these two, and it's a great way to easily have the full feature set of Terraform Enterprise without having to install your own. And I'm 99% sure that that has to be hosted locally, because I've been twisting the engineers' arms that it has to have a data sovereignty compliance. Okay, so if we look at this, right, traditional sense, right, we have an individual developer and operator contributing to configuration manually, right? Error prone and not repeatable, and if this developer leaves or this operator leaves, there's a big gaping hole in the talent pool, right? So this is, I suppose, general for infrastructure as code and a DevOps sort of lifestyle. I don't know, DevOps lifestyle, choose me. But everybody's working on the same code base, right? So there's one code base, and a great example is our team workspace, which I'll show later, our team organization, where I can see exactly what all of my teammates are doing for demos, for customers, what they've created and destroyed, what errors they've had, if any, and I can see all of the code that it was based on. Great for management, great for compliance and auditing, right? And also great for recovery because everything is automated from the ground up. So we have, with our Terraform Cloud platform, we have the private module registry I was talking about, which is a quick way to get up and running. Ideally, a dedicated developer will create your own modules or fork them from public registry, and then create your own custom attributes around that. We have an operations team maybe that will create jobs around that, not just write the code, but trigger runs and deploys, and also destroys, right? Or this may be an automation tool such as Jenkins, right? All of these people are operating via Terraform Cloud. It's centralized. The state file, which we'll get into in the Terraform workflow code description later, a state file where you have local file that you can corrupt and delete and do everything you want with as an individual and open source. The state file will be managed here centrally. So you can't go and cover your tracks and say, whoops, I accidentally rang up a bill of 1,000 Bitcoin miners, and now nobody has any record of it. So it is actually a much better system. There's also a contention management, right? So if I have 5 people or 5 entities even, maybe automation, triggering Terraform runs, whereas a Terraform local file or even an S3 bucket backend will have contention, right? I have 3 people trying to access the same resource at the same time. Who gets it, right? Not only who gets it, but does anybody manage to corrupt it? So Terraform Cloud is going to queue these runs up and manage them in a ACID compliant kind of transactional way. Okay. Now, as for the remote operations, everything will be done via the Terraform Cloud platform itself. Right? So where you normally run locally, Terraform apply, Terraform plan, Terraform destroy, that happens locally. Here we actually have 2 options. This arrow is a little bit ambiguous because we'll show you how you can run it with the CLI like you normally do, and have Terraform Cloud act as your broker, as your backend, right? So you effectively have the experience of doing local operation, but storing it in Terraform Cloud. Okay. The preferred way, and probably the ideal way, is to have a full integration with VCS. You commit a code change. Actually, you commit code change over here via VCS. That pushes a plan within Terraform Cloud by a webhook. Terraform Cloud verifies the plan is okay, back to the infrastructure as code, and then checks if it should automatically apply it or manually apply it, right? So then that goes out, it creates your resources, right? So Terraform Cloud experience, if you've never seen it before, or if you're new to it, hopefully everybody's signed up. If somebody hasn't signed up, just ping Dominique, please, and we can sort out access for you. As an individual in Terraform Cloud, you will just have a single account and not much visibility, right? So we're going to show you more in the instruct about how you can use it once you've got an account. And I think there's a demo on slide 20 where I will actually tour our own organizations, right? So I have an account myself. We have our EMEA Solutions Engineer Playground. I have a list of everyone's workspace, what state it's in, if somebody's done a plan recently. Here we have a demo stack that somebody's standing up or destroying for a demo, and it's waiting a confirmation. Okay. Everything is central, everything is fully audit trailed. And again, I see exactly what the run ID was, a timestamp, who ran it, how, right? This was actually triggered from the Terraform Cloud UI 11 minutes ago by Andre. And I can see what code commit it's going to be at, which links me directly into GitHub. Okay. So I have a full visibility of what's happening in my cloud. As a manager, this is really great. If I am restricted in a air-gapped network, or if I have my Bitbucket server or GitLab or GitHub Enterprise, I can do that locally as long as I have Terraform Enterprise, right? I would install my own basis for that. Okay. In the meantime, all of our demos are public and widely available, right? You can actually access our own code for these samples. Okay. One of the features, I may be getting ahead of myself, but one of the features that we have enabled, we have a full enterprise package on our organization, right? So we have a plan, which you can see is just actually a Terraform binary running a standard plan like you would on the CLI. It says exactly what's going to be created or destroyed in this case. I can see, in addition to that, a cost estimation, right? So we take the plan, what Terraform is going to do, we pipe it through the AWS endpoints, and using our credentials, which are the public pricing models, we get an exact estimate of what it should save me for this destroy. And I'm blocking myself here, but $760 in savings estimated. Once I do the cost estimation, I also have a policy check, right? So I talked about the Sentinel and preventing people from doing 1,000 Bitcoin miners. We allow you to do code snippets to say, okay, analyze the plan and check if something is allowed or not, right? And that's a generic code platform. So it's not just a JSON or JQ query against a plan. This is actually something that you can say, okay, what time of day is it? You know, or what day of the week is it? Maybe it's a change freeze. I'm not allowed to do this code commit or do this rollout. Right? So limit cost by workspace type, pass, right? So I can have a rule that if there's a dev in my workspace name, I'm not allowed to exceed a budget of $500 a month. Right? In this case, it's not going to matter because it's negative. I'm doing it destroyed. I'm going to pass any cost limitation. But if I'm going to try and do 100 Bitcoin miners, that's going to fail. Okay. And in addition to the pass fail, you'll see that this one says advisory failed. Okay, so that was just a warning. I can also go as far as to say soft fail, soft mandatory, right? Meaning that someone who owns the organization can override and let me do my apply. Or I can say hard mandatory and say, oh, you're using a region that's not allowed, or an AMI that's not allowed, right? Or an instance size that's not allowed. So really flexible, really helpful for larger organizations trying to manage a compliant profile, right? And then I confirm and apply. And I won't actually do that because Andre might be actually trying to do something in a demo. But I can do that automatically or manually, right? So if you're familiar with the open source version, I can go into my workspace settings. I can actually select what version of Terraform to run my code on, which is really helpful because I don't have to manage a whole bunch of different versions of Terraform locally. And if I have a regression or something that's not supporting the latest release, I can just revert back and have a fixed version. Okay. So a brief tour. Let me jump back into not getting ahead of myself. But we have the UI integration with VCS. We have API-driven workflow. And in fact, all of our documents are on terraform.io. For this bit, it says cloud, but really it's going to use the enterprise. This is the API enterprise documents up here. little bit different. Notice that Terraform Enterprise is a service, is an entire platform really running on top of containers. It's not just the binary. So Terraform open source is going to have an API. It's not a listening service. There is no REST API. Anything that you see about Terraform API applies to Terraform Cloud and Enterprise. So things like triggering a run by API. If I am doing some automation later, I can do all of this with a token that I configure. Right? And it still maintains all of my audit trail and all of the enterprise features, which is great. Okay. Back to this. Central state management, again, everything is managed locally. No one can replace or delete the state. You can download the state. In fact, you can archive a copy of the state off with the API calls. All right, we have the private module registry, which we'll get to later. We have the Sentinel policy enforcement and single sign-on for on-premise Terraform Enterprise only. And that's about to change because of Terraform Cloud for Business. One of the first features requested in a POC or somebody who's evaluating Terraform Enterprise is to configure their single sign-on, usually with SAML. SAML is version 2. And secure API credentials. So you can generate tokens at the user level, at the team level, or just at the organization level. So this slide deck, regrettably, was written with the American mindset, right? So Americans generally don't have a problem using Terraform Cloud and having a data sovereignty issue. The European side, especially going into APAC, if you have a data sovereignty issue, we generally will steer you directly towards Terraform Enterprise. And the pricing, I'm not in the pricing side, I'm not in the sales side, but the pricing is generally negotiated based on that, right? Some people who don't have the Terraform Cloud option, they can't just pay. In fact, the better comparison is here. HashiCorp.com, products, Terraform pricing. Any one of our products that you're curious about the pricing model or the enterprise options can put in the product here. So we have open source. Obviously, the binary is intended for an individual. We have Terraform Cloud, which is meant for a team. We have Terraform Enterprise, which is meant for a multi-tenant organization or a multi-tiered team or team structure. Okay. The Terraform Cloud SaaS subscription is simple pricing, user per month. You get the following feature set, right? Terraform Enterprise self-hosted, you basically get a carte blanche Terraform Enterprise platform that you get to control how you wish. And you have to negotiate a deal with sales for that. Now, everybody who has just signed up for the first time gets the free tier, right? That includes VCS integration, so you can do your OAuth integration with GitHub, and you can have the automated workflow that we're going to do today. You can create workspaces, right? I think there's a limit of just a few workspaces with the free tier. You can do the secure variable storage, right? So Vault is going to protect your cloud credentials and your IAM roles. You can also do the remote runs and applies, right? So this was the initial push for Terraform Cloud Free. People who are using the CLI, the open source, are going to want an easy migration path. Can try this out, but I have my existing workflow and it's using the Terraform CLI. Well, the good news, all you have to do is reconfigure your backend and your code, say Terraform, you're going to store your state in Terraform Cloud, and here's my token, right? That's all you need to migrate an existing workflow. Okay, you get the full API coverage, you get to use all the APIs I was showing in the docs page for automation, and you get the private module registry. Right, so again, this is kind of targeted at individuals. You don't get the roles or the team management or any of the other fun bits on it. The upgrade to a team, you get just the team management on top of it, which we'll show. And upgrade to the team and governance, you get the Sentinel policy control and the cost estimation on top of that. Right? And ideally, there will be a middle tier here, Terraform Cloud for Business, which you get all of the features here, almost all of the features here, and you don't have to worry about the self-hosted, or you don't have to worry about price negotiations. It should just be a flat rate. Okay. the comparison. Anybody that needs Terraform Enterprise, anybody, I think some of you are already either running Terraform Enterprise or in the process of procuring Terraform Enterprise. That's great. What you see here will just be a taste of that, right? You'll get more features. Okay, so the live demo, I showed a bit of it already, but you know, one of the benefits of being Channel SE is that I'm not a day-to-day code practitioner anymore. I get to just kind of lord over these workspaces and view what people are doing. The good thing is, there used to be just 2 or 3 of us. Now we have a team, I think, of about 30 or 40 around EMEA, and we also have a multi-tier, multi-tenant organization. We have a US playground in here somewhere. HashiCorp Solutions Engineering. Yeah, this is our global organization, and we can view what everybody's doing all over the world, right, in one location. And I can also have events triggered on this. So say someone's committed a violation of my Sentinel policy, or someone has done an apply where I don't like that. Right? So I have an alert sent out by a webhook. You can do that as well. If you're just signing up, you are offered the chance to create an organization. And the problem with Terraform Cloud when people sign up alone is that that's all they see. They think that's it, right? What we'll do here is we'll show you how to not just build an organization, but join someone else's organization, right? And also can set up teams around that. So here's my organization level teams. I've got admins, I've got developers, I've got ServiceNow integration users, and automation users. Those teams can then be configured at the workspace level. So like this demo stack, and this is my workspace settings. I can view, where am I missing this? Team access, thank you. Okay, so I can add a team here and I can say what they can do. Now, even for us, even for the HashiCorp employees, there's no single sign-on, right? If we enabled a single sign-on for Terraform Cloud, that would be global. We don't want to do that. So if you are using Terraform Enterprise or you're in the process of getting Terraform Enterprise, what this can do is map your SAML groups, right? So nobody wants to manually create users in groups. In most organizations that use Terraform Enterprise, they have this automatically populated via an external SSO. Okay. The great news is you can just assign them from there. You can say, okay, people on my DevSecOps team get access to view and modify variables or do runs in a certain way. Okay. I can also do a lifecycle management this way. I can say, okay, well, one organization might be for the development world and has a certain level of policy control. Production teams or critical teams have different resources that they can control. I can also do separation of duties, which we'll get into, to say maybe one team does VPC creation and network security groups, firewalls. The other team is an application team or database team, and they get to control databases and applications, but they can't create each other's resources. A real helpful way in a large organization with the separation of duties to get things done. Okay. So Terraform open source refresher. If you're new to Terraform open source completely, this is really Terraform in a nutshell. Okay. The binary actually is available. Available for multiple platforms. I can download it here on the Terraform page for any of the platforms here. Or if I want to browse all of our releases and all of our platforms directly, I can releases.hashicorp.com. I can get any of our products here. So, and not just that, but I can also get some of the providers. If I'm in an air-gapped network, I can download those and transfer them manually. Okay. Terraform 0.13 is coming out, ETA 4 weeks. And if you're questioning the versioning, a lot of people ask, well, why are we using a 0-point release for production? The Terraform engineering has just been, a number. In fact, this is interesting because the Terraform binary is one version and the HCL version is another, right? So up to 0.11.x. This was HCL version 1. At Terraform 0.12, the HCL HashiCorp configuration language standard was upgraded to version 2. And in fact, it wasn't always backwards compatible. So it's quite a bit easier to write code in HCL version 2 like we're going to today. But if you did have a legacy code base, you have two options. You can upgrade it, or sorry, you can refactor it, I suppose, write it in HCL2, or you can go into Terraform Cloud and say, okay, run this workspace with version 0.11. Right? So there is backwards compatibility in Terraform Cloud if you have older code. Anybody can feel free to download this and use it locally if you don't have it already. It's a great way to get started with the open source. Really, the core commands are init. Right? Terraform wakes up, looks in its current working directory, and says, okay, well, I have this code. I need to get those providers and those modules. It will then download all of its dependencies and prepare for a plan. If your code is broken, if there's syntax errors, an init may not always work, right? You may need to correct things first because it won't be able to figure out your providers that you need. The Terraform plan then will digest your code and actually say, okay, well, given these modules, what do I need to do? And that may sometimes mean creating things from scratch. It may sometimes mean that it's a partial delta, right? So it says, okay, I'm going out there. I see that database A is already created, but application B needs to be deployed. Right? So plan is kind of an idempotent process. Like, what do I need to change to get to my desired state? Once I have the plan, I will apply it. I say, okay, well, I see what I'm going to do now. I actually do it. And if you do skip Terraform plan, that is an option. You can say just Terraform apply. Just shoot from the hip. That's fine as long as you're not worried about a problem with your plan or something that may not go the way you want it to. Okay. Terraform destroy. So just like that example I was showing in Terraform Cloud, somebody was going out to destroy all their resources in workspace. That takes everything in your state file, which is generated during the apply. It says, okay, this is what I'm managing. I'm going to need to destroy everything that is related to me. Right? It's a great way to keep costs under control and also delete just your resources without accidentally deleting someone else's. AWS never had the concept of resource ownership like a file system, and I think they do that on purpose. They want a little bit of confusion to ensure that there's people that have hanging resources out there that aren't being used. That's maybe a conspiracy theorist, but it would be nice if they had a resource ownership, right? Well, they may not, but Terraform does. Okay, this resource XYZ is owned by a workspace or managed by a workspace. So it helps you delete just what you need. Okay, Terraform refresh will go out and check the cloud or whatever resources you're managing, whatever providers you're managing, to see if anything has changed outside, right? So maybe someone's gone in and renamed a VM or renamed a storage object, that can be picked up by Terraform with a refresh, and it will just update your state file. The Terraform output will actually show a list of not just resources, but we'll get into the Terraform outputs to say, okay, well, VPC team created 5 VPCs. They are going to then share those IDs in a read-only method, a read-only fashion with the application team. Right? So those workspaces can then share outputs without letting someone manipulate them. You can also do this within Terraform Cloud, right? We'll show how you can use a workspace to do a lookup from another workspace. Terraform Graph, if you need a visual representation of how your dependencies and your resources come together, you can use that as well. Yeah, so the intro to Terraform on AWS open source lab is available too. We can do that on our own later. I should say everybody here can do that on their own later. Okay, so the team workspaces. Again, here's the docs page. All the docs are on terraform.io. Workspaces also are an option in open source. In fact, if you don't specify a workspace, you're effectively using the default workspace within Terraform open source. If you do have workspaces in an open source project already that you're looking to migrate, we will show how to do that via Terraform init. Again, the backend configuration, you change to say, rather than store my state locally or in an S3 bucket, I'm going to store it in Terraform Cloud or Terraform Enterprise if you're using that. Okay. The organizations are multi-tenant, right? The Terraform Enterprise platform itself is not multi-tenant, which is tricky. Because like I said, if you set a global single sign-on for Terraform Enterprise, that affects every organization. So this is one thing that Terraform Cloud for Business will help address. So more than just organizations, you can have isolated environments altogether. Okay. Note that you have to be invited to an org, right? So I'm actually an admin in Terraform Cloud, but that doesn't mean these are all the organizations in Terraform Cloud. In fact, one thing that nobody will get to see is the, oh, I can see Andre's doing his apply, is that you can go to the site admin, right? So Terraform Enterprise will have this feature if you're an admin. Terraform Cloud will not. I can see all of the users globally. I can see all of the organizations globally. I can view the status of all the runs and workspaces, and also the single sign-on and cost estimation, right? So this will need to be configured on your local Terraform Cloud, or sorry, Terraform Enterprise if you're going to use these features. So we have global credentials we use for that. Also, the VCS integrations can be configured on the fly, right? These are changing with every release. We sometimes get other support. Okay. Everybody else will see just a subset of these options, right? You'll have your profile, you'll have organizations. If you do use an avatar, this is a public-facing site, right? We'll download that. Organizations that I'm a member of and what my membership level is. Okay. My password I can reset. My two-factor authentication I can enable with Google Authenticator. And any API tokens I have. Okay. So super helpful. In fact, maybe if we have time later, I think we should finish probably right on time, but if we do have extra time, I can show that use of the API tokens. Okay, go back to, and I'll see all my partner workspaces, sorry. Back to the slides. So the teams are managed locally, right? Again, because there's no single sign-on. I showed you a little bit about that. What you would do to invite someone else to your workspace, you would need to have that the upgrade to the Terraform Cloud paid membership for teams. Excuse me. In my org settings, I can say not just create a new team, but I can also invite people to a team. Add a new team member, right? So I can select, and this is actually members of the organization, not global. Right? I think if I actually type in someone else's arbitrary email, I can get them added in. So even if you have a free account, if you're invited to a paid organization, you get the paid features, right? So oftentimes for evaluations, if you're looking for the advanced features or anything you see discussed in the Instruct Lab, we can enable those just by inviting you to a trial organization that's good for 1 month. And you will maintain your account, you'll have your account forever, but your organization will become unusable after a month trial. Ironically, about 6 months ago, they finally changed it. If you added someone to a team, they were instantly added. There was no invitation. So you may check in the next day and you had 3 more organizations without even knowing about it. Okay, so what we do for a trial, for a demo application, we deploy a really stupid, simple web app, not even an app really, just a web page that randomly shows a cat, right? So we'll show you how you stand up the infrastructure to get to that point. And Terraform state. Now, remember that I said after you do the apply, Terraform will gather what state it has configured. There's no monitoring of that, right? Terraform isn't going to sit as a service and check your state for changes. You can trigger the refresh manually. Okay, so it's not going to be a config management tool and constantly monitor for skew or a mixed puppet, I should know the phrase, but drift, configuration drift, right? Terraform state will only sit fixed until you tell it to do something, to refresh or to do a new apply or destroy. Okay. The state is actually structured similar to a JSON document. In fact, you can view the state files in Terraform Enterprise, Terraform Cloud. I'm getting my words mixed up here. States. And unlike a single use case where I have maybe S3 as my backend or local file as my backend, my state doesn't get replaced every time, right? It gets tracked. So I actually just will incrementally add a new state file. So I can see exactly what existed 14 days ago, including outputs, including nodes, what was created and when, right? Now, interestingly, there's a lot of Terraform Cloud and Enterprise users get confused by the terminology of runs. Right, so if Terraform open source has a plan and apply, what's a run? Run is actually an aggregate of a plan, cost estimation if you have it, Sentinel policy check, apply, and also state versions. In fact, where's the state? So state here. If I do query a run via the API, in fact, if I need to show something. Where does it show? State versions created. See, there's more than one. Well, here there isn't more than one, but there can be more than one. Now, the reason that is that there's a before and after state, right? So I may actually view the states, and there's more than actually have runs because the run actually covers potentially two of these if there's a before and after. So if I'm using the REST API and I see that coming in, I say, find me a run. That can often be including two or more states. I've never seen it include more than two states, but it supposedly can be done if there's a mistake. Okay. So this is the #1 reason for people to use Terraform Cloud. Either, oops, I lost my state file, I corrupted my state file, or someone purposefully deleted my state file, even worse, right? So now I have maybe $1,000 of resources out in the cloud somewhere, and it's mixed in with my mess of other resources. I don't know what's what, right? And it's hard for me to go out, pick out what I was managing before because I lost track of it. Not just myself, but Terraform lost track of it, right? So the idea is that the state file should never be a file, should never be a local file on a laptop. Someone in a coffee shop back before COVID isolation may have done a Terraform apply over an espresso, and then suddenly their laptop crashed or gets stolen. That state file is gone, right? You at least want to have a remote state, whatever you're doing. Yeah. So if you are using the API, actually, if you're using the Terraform remote either, this is in your home directory, a way to configure your Terraform token. And in fact, I think I've got one. This is left over from a demo yesterday. Terraform RC. Yeah, I won't show the file, but in that contains my active user token, and it is a long-lived token, unfortunately. I probably should rotate it every couple of demos and days, but if you do go into your user settings and create a user token, you can configure it here in your home directory, or here if it's Windows in your home directory. And then all you need to do is configure the remote backend. Now they say configure a remote backend file. One of the tricky things for people just starting out with Terraform is the difference between best practices and requirements, right? Terraform will essentially combine all of your .tf files locally. So it doesn't matter what they're named. It doesn't matter if you split off a different file or if you add to your existing file. You can technically put everything in one file, right? The best practices, obviously, to have a main.tf, variables.tf, and any other files that you're going to separate. Right? So in this case, we just kind of add a remote backend.tf, which we'll show how to do here. Oh, shoot, wrong click. Okay. Keep in mind, you'll need version 0.11, 13, or newer, which shouldn't be a problem right now, but when this was introduced, it was kind of a new feature with no backwards compatibility. The code looks as simple as this. Okay, this is the standard way to configure any provider. In this case, we're really configuring Terraform as core to use the backend remote. Now, if you don't specify hostname, I'm pretty sure it should default to the Terraform SaaS, Terraform Cloud. But you definitely want to specify to avoid confusion. If you are using Terraform Enterprise and you have your own local host name, you put that there. Your organization, which again, if you're using a user token, you may have more than one organization, and your workspace. Right? So what we're going to do is actually, when we get to the interactive sessions, we'll do a Terraform code, and then we'll migrate it to the Terraform Cloud. So all you have to do is add this in, do a Terraform init again, right? You maybe have already been initialized, but you do a Terraform init, and Terraform will say, oh, I see that you're switching the backends. It will use that token, upload the existing state or whatever you have currently into Terraform Cloud under that workspace, and it will just transfer itself over seamlessly, ideally. And we'll get to that later. Okay. So now we're about to jump into instruct with lab. And for the most part, instruct has everything we need. Okay. We will get a really simple quiz, and then we'll go back into these slides. The tricky bit is that this workshop was actually originally meant to be done on premise without instruct. So you would just actually sit in a room and use Terraform Cloud. Since COVID, it was kind of adjusted to use the instruct platform. So if it may be a little confusing because sometimes I get the slides out of sync with instruct. Just make sure that you stick with the instruct. And if you don't have Zoom capabilities, you can stick with instruct as well, right? You don't have to worry about the Zoom or the slides as much, right? So jump over to the instruct invitation I sent out, and I'll do it here so everybody can see. play.instruct.com. This invitation. We used to have these public and anonymous. In fact, you don't technically need to create an instruct account because I left it with the option of anonymous. The one problem that we'll introduce is if you start a session, right? You've got this entire environment, you get halfway through, and then either your cookies clear or you reboot or you switch machines, you will lose your progress, right? You'll have to start over. So I would recommend that if instruct lets you create an account, I think you use a Google ID or any other single sign-on. I recommend that because you'll keep your account with your, you'll keep the status of your progress with your account. And then you can switch machines or do whatever you need. Okay. So this is estimated to take 480 minutes. I don't think that's normally the case. It may, changes again week to week if people make changes to the track, but I think that's a pretty high estimate. So what I'm going to do to avoid the confusion of instruct and the slides is I'm going to go straight into the instruct. Okay, I will pause this here, jump over to instruct, and do everything from there. In case anybody's away or comes back and sees the slides missing, I just want to make that clear. Okay, go ahead. When you hit start on this environment, instruct is going to set up some cloud resources for you, right? So it takes a minute 14. I think you get a VM or two and a couple of containers for a terminal. I believe we also have Terraform Cloud and the VS Code web application. So you will get to use a Visual Studio Code in the browser, which makes things a lot cleaner than they used to be. Okay. And while this is standing up, if anybody else is standing up, can you get through the first lab step if you get past the check? I think it's more introductory to instruct. Pause there. Okay. Well, otherwise, we'll take a break. I'm going to run away for about 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. Anybody has any questions? Drop them in the chat. Dominique or Will or someone can help you, and I'll be right back. Thank you. Is anybody else stuck on the code editor? It might take a while.
It's working for me.
Yeah, sorry, there was no audio. I should have some hold music. I don't know, maybe I should. If I walk away, I should just, or mute myself. I could have some music. Everybody likes Justin Bieber, right? No comment. Yeah, I know. Yeah. If you have another audio or another call to join, that's fine. Yeah, as long as you can get the lab done. A note for anybody that runs into an issue or the environment gets broken, or somebody experiments, which is okay. You can make it or break it, flex it. If you ever need to restart, just go back to the home page for the track, hit stop, and then start, and it will build you a new environment. Yeah, 10 hours of elevated music. Excellent. I want to keep people awake at least. This is fun. I'm just lucky, I guess. I always get the corrupt environment for some reason. I'm going to start mine over. Yeah, if anybody has issues seeing the instructions or something isn't fitting on the screen quite, sorry, on the screen quite right, let us know. I know that one of the applications in our Vault workshop has some screen ratio issues because it's an app we wrote and it doesn't always show correctly unless you zoom out the screen and make it a certain ratio. I think most people should be fine though. Yeah, much better. If anybody else got stuck, just stop and restart your environment. That looks much better. And if anybody's already finished, feel free to go on. What we'll do now, assuming that nobody's having issues, we'll get through to the end of the Terraform Cloud setup, if you could, end of this part 3. Okay. And then we'll take a break for everybody to catch up. I will follow along too, but if I get pulled away on a question or something, I may return and skip. In fact, you can skip the steps of the track if you need to. Or maybe you have to have already completed it for that. If anybody has an issue and they can't skip, let me know, because there are ways around it. Also, a bit of information: if you are completing something that it's requesting you to, and you're sure of it, and you hit check and it won't let you pass, then let me know, because one of the checks that we use for things being complete is a bash history check. So sometimes you'll click in the UI or in the application tab and do something in a way that isn't described, and it says you haven't done it. Right? That just means you need to type the commands into bash, into the shell. All right, thanks. I'm going to go silent again. Yeah, sorry, if anybody has an issue, we can't actually view your orgs unless you invite us. In fact, you can invite us to your organizations, and I can have even more wonderful organizations in my tree here. So if you just go into your org settings and invite, I think, yeah, my username is jboero. I think you might have to do email address, so jboero@hashicorp.com, and then I'll be able to view your orgs. Admins, in fact, site admins. So if you're using Terraform Enterprise and you're admin, we do have the ability to impersonate someone in an organization to help troubleshoot, but that is not something we will do without getting your permission in writing, right? Because that is a high-risk issue. Ah, yeah. So if you have, what section are you on with the variables already? I'm playing catch up. So if you're operating remotely, that will expect the variable to be provided by Terraform Cloud. So in fact, you'll need to go into the variables for workspace and set up Terraform variables here. And notice that there's also environment variables. There's Terraform variables on top, which are the traditional open source simple variables, and then there's environment variables at the bottom. So make sure to do the right ones. Or you can define them in code. Yeah, if you're running in local mode. I think that may be getting a little bit ahead. Right, so the local mode, if you're setting your workspace up, hopefully everybody's up to setting up their workspace. The execution mode local is the one I was talking about where you run Terraform, plan and apply. It happens locally, just like it always has, and then the state file is uploaded into Terraform. So that variable will need to be defined locally because the Terraform plan is actually happening locally. You know what I really need to do is join this Zoom on my other machine so I can view the chat window without blocking half the screen. How about that? Let me take a look. Perfect. Okay, now I can see everything. No, yeah, sorry. Is everybody done and caught up to section 3? I should do a status check here. So I'm on the self-paid plan. Did anybody have an issue changing their organization plan to trial? This is relatively new. We used to have to set you at trial manually. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. You got to sort it out. Yeah, set it to local execution mode, definitely, at this stage. I think later we're going to do a remote one. Okay, here's where we get into the meat of it. So we have a workspace created. It's in local mode. Is everybody at this stage? This is the challenge called "Oh no, an outage." So we show up on Monday morning in this environment here. If everybody's at this point, I can keep going, right? If anybody's still behind, and we're not getting any chats of everybody done. What's the best way to copy and paste the token into the credentials file? Ah, oh, okay, that's fine. Good. I'm glad people are still working. I was worried that I was getting behind myself. So take your time. The best way to copy and paste the token in the credentials file. Yeah, that's start button. Sorry, the instruct platform is great, but it doesn't fit all screens. CSS and browser issues. So question about the credentials file. If you're on that, I think the template is in here. Nope. So if you created your token, and I think it does create a user API token. Yeah, always create a user token. In my experience, that's the best way to go. Organization tokens and team tokens, you never really get a clear audit trail. Okay. Yeah, the token. Let me go back to the slides, actually. And find docs for this. Okay, Terraform RC is here, and I'll actually put the link in the chat. This should be all you need for that point, right? So if you're copying your credential file, follow the format for your system. If you're in Windows or Linux, name the file correctly. It's in your home directory. And really all it needs to have is this: credentials for a server, name the server, and then say token equals like flick. Uh-oh. You have held broken packages. That's the most troubling error ever. So you're doing remote exec again. In local mode, is that right? Yeah, local mode. Error, another error, import key pair. Yeah, if you already did an apply, or if you already did some kind of plan at least, yeah, do a destroy. Terraform destroy is always a good way to start. I think maybe it got confused in your local and remote mode. So now error in key pair, without key pair duplicate. At what stage is this happening, Goran? I'm trying to figure out if that's an instruct issue or a question.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do an apply. So the Terraform plan is going forward, it's okay, but when I try to hit apply and hit yes, it says that on the line 189, it's some kind of duplication of the workshop SSH key PAM, which already exists.
Okay. Have you already done a plan or apply before this?
Yes, and I did destroy it, and it's the same error.
Okay.
Probably I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yes, and the root Terraform D credential, I put them directly using the shell and Vim editor because it's not shown, the credential are not shown in the code editor.
It's not shown in the what? I'm sorry?
In the code editor on the left side under .terraform, the .terraform D is not shown directly here on the left side. So
I see.
The credential, they need to be put probably under the shell, all right?
Yeah, because I don't know this home directory. I don't think this is the home directory. This is probably the code base. Yeah, so it has to be relative to your home.
Yeah, probably here, from here.
Yeah, in fact, yeah. So the home directory is /root because we are effectively root on this container environment. That could be part of it. I'm not sure. I'll have another go with that. So, how do you say it? Chomik? Where is the plans and billing? I can show you that. So if you have your organization up here, and mine is not named John Boero Training, you don't have to name it that. It's just a way to keep them unique. Go organization settings at the top, and then plans and billing down here. Okay, you can change plan. Mine just happens to be a self-service legacy because I've switched myself to paid because I'm cheating. Okay, interesting. Trying to run Terraform apply, getting an error. Yeah. Oh, Joe. Well, okay, one at a time. So trying to run Terraform apply, getting error, locking state. State lock resource not found. So, Stephen, are you sure you're running in local execution mode? Is your workspace set to local mode, and is your Terraform backend configured? Yeah, you can. Everybody can respond to chat with turning off their mute. That's fine. Uh-oh, I can barely hear you. Can you turn your volume up? Sorry.
Sorry, that's for my microphone down. Yeah, I had done. Thought I had done that, but I'll double check.
Yeah, it looks like it's not trying to run, or it's partially trying to run locally. I'm not sure about that.
Sorry, I've forgotten where that setting actually is.
That is a good question, and because it's a little confusing, the workspace and the organization settings are different, right? So if I'm at my organization home, the top bar is all org settings. If I click on a workspace, AWS, then it's in workspace settings, which is over here on the right. Hit general,
Right,
yeah, and I hit that.
Yep, execution mode local.
It's set correctly.
Yep.
It's not able to lock. Interesting. Can you do a destroy? I'm not sure. And Joe, it can't paste the API token into the credentials file.
So you just want me to delete the workspace? Is that correct?
Yeah, you can if you want to. Why don't you start over? Just delete the workspace and recreate it. That's fine. And if you do that under settings, destruction and deletion, note that you can't destroy unless you have this ticked, which is new. But all you need to do is delete, assuming you haven't done any resources. Joe, so your token is in your credentials file now. Sounds like. Okay, good. Aha, invalid AWS region, US East 1, of course. Of course. That's strange. It's definitely a valid AWS region. Let me jump around here. I've got a few questions. Sorry, I'll get to the AWS region in a bit. Wait, there's a couple of questions in here. Are they all? Let's see. Manual doesn't work if paste doesn't work and the keys in the clipboard. Okay, wait a second. Did everybody change their organizations correctly? Their paid option to trial. I think this is a fairly new feature, so that might be having an issue. If I go to my organization, go to my workspace, settings. Sorry, go to my organization settings, plan and billing. Self-service and preview. Monthly trial. Update. Yeah, that should be enough. A couple of people are getting this. So can I have a round check of who's still got issues and who's... Yeah. Oh, so is Vim not pasting in the browser? Is that what people are doing? So if you try to edit it in the browser terminal, it's not pasting? Is that the problem? Correct. Ah, okay. My mistake. Let me check. I'll try to do this myself without pasting all my tokens. Yeah, so works for me. I'm in Chrome. Copy. Paste. Yeah, it works for me. I don't know if anybody else. Also, careful, these little code snippets, if they're on the right side of the menu and they're black like this, they're formatted as code. If you just click them, I'm pretty sure they copy the clipboard. Sorry, this bit. So if it's like a block section like this, where it shows a little copy icon on the right, if you click it once, it copies to clipboard and overwrites what's in your clipboard. So be careful. Yeah. Someone's using a tablet. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry about that. No arrow or escape character. Yeah, so Vim is stuck. In fact, I think there's nano on here. There has to be. Right. Yeah, if you struggle with Vim, use nano. Nobody needs to do escape or colon or anything like that. The text editor doesn't show the /root. Yeah, this is much simpler. Text editor doesn't show the /root. Where am I expecting to see the /root? Oh yeah, so if you're in the shell, the current working directory is not the home by default. Terraform apply. And I'm gonna have to circle back and see which issues are still problematic for people, because I think some of them are resolved and some of them not. Avoiding the shell works using a tablet with no escape. Text editor doesn't show root. So yeah, the shell path is not set to home by default. In fact, that's a silly situation they left us in, just CD to home. Now, for people having Terraform apply issues and back to the AWS region, that's going to be a problem. We have to figure that out. Terraform apply. Okay. So another error locking state. Make sure that you configure the workspace to run in local mode. Right. That step is important. And if you have that. Oh, we've disabled lock equals false, right? That's not recommended. Yeah, I've not actually tried the -lock equals false to get around that. It should work. If that fails too, I mean, it's a brand new workspace, so what do you have to lose, right? Just delete the workspace and recreate it.
Yeah,
so
I've deleted the workspace, and then I'm getting that failed to create configuration version resource not found.
you got that in Terraform Cloud.
Yep.
So if you try to recreate a workspace with the same name that you just deleted, it says failed to create.
I had to delete my .terraform directory and then do an init again, and then it gave me that. So.
Okay, so do you have your credentials configured?
Yeah, they're there. In fact, I just deleted them and recreated them just to check, and I updated that credentials JSON file.
And now you still have an error.
Yep.
But it's a different error.
Yes.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Wow, okay. I might need to do a one-on-one that one to figure out what's going on. I've got a flood of questions coming in here. Error locking state resource file not found. Yeah, so that's the same problem that we're in here. Text editor shows yes, not being execution mode. So Diego, execution mode local, again, he's back here. So if I go to my workspace, go to settings, general, execution mode, remote or local. That was, I think, part one of the last. Okay, Diego sorted out, yes. So now, two things are still on my TBD list. Is the invalid AWS region issue still there? US East 1, or has anybody figured that out? And some people are still having paste issues. I don't know if it's a Safari thing or what, but Chrome seems to have no problem. Does someone already has Kittens as a service up? Excellent, thank you. Goran wins the prize for the quickest kitty. So the AWS region seems to be okay. Now, the text editor, are you Chrome? Yeah, if anybody still has issues with the credentials, I mean, if I use Nano, I just go in here, delete, whatever, and copy my token, and I either middle click or copy and paste. I don't know what the issue is that brought the Chrome's not letting people paste. I'm not sure. And if you have to, I hate to say it, but you could use sed to replace your token. That's a pretty sloppy hack, but you would still need to paste it into the terminal. Let me catch up on the chat here a second. So PSC04, I hate to say, but everybody has these cool superhero names. PSC04 sounds like the robot in Star Wars. It must be it's awesome. Wait, error locking state, is that problem still existing?
It is, but I use the minus whatever it was in the error, and but then it comes up at the end and says that what is it? Error uploading. The workspace is not locked and will only accept state uploads when locked. Hang on, I'm just looking for the error. Basically, it created an error.tf state file, and it says if you rerun it. Rerun Terraform apply, it will create a forked state, making it harder to recover.
Well, that's okay because there is no state right now, right? If you're doing the initial apply, that shouldn't be a problem. You don't have to worry about that. But yeah, normally this wouldn't happen. Normally the first apply would be fine. And if worse came to worse and it was the first apply you did, then yeah, you could just blow it away and start from scratch.
All right.
That's fine. Yeah, sorry about the confusion. I think if some people didn't set the execution mode right away, it's a little bit confusing. So, okay, so I'm touching out. I wish I could have a green flag on all these text questions that are actually resolved. So I forgot to change or recreate workspace to local, fix that, and back at the original error. Stephen. Error state lock. Apply completed, but the app isn't working. That might be temporary. It might just take a second for the load balancer to stand up in AWS. Sorry, that takes a while. Valid value for workspace. Error loading state. Failed to retrieve workspace. So if anybody has issues with the locking still or invalid value for workspace, make sure that you've reconfigured the backend, do a Terraform init if you have to again, and make sure that the workspace is in local mode before you do that, because it will default to remote mode. Okay, down to Stephen one more time. I've forgotten to change them. Error locking state. Research not found. If you are for sure in local execution mode, then it might be a good idea to purge your Terraform directory. In fact, if I do, I'm not even keeping up myself here.
Yeah, I already did that.
Did that.
Yeah.
Fun thing is you can actually get a terminal right in here. So Terraform, I'm actually going to need to do my credential. I tell you what, I'm going to use my other machine, paste my credential in secretively. 2 machines at the same time. So that I can continue this without recording my coveted Terraform token. And then I can actually catch up with other people to see what they're doing. Wait a second. Ah. All right, let me check this. Now, remote backend.tf. Okay, my backend organization is changed. Make sure to save. It's tricky because you can't see the menu in Visual Studio Code for the web, but you can Control S. Okay, excellent. So mine worked. I will make notes. So what I had to do, and I'll catch up on chat in a second. I had to enter my token, and I did that in the shell. Notice that they include a template for you here, .terraform.d, credentials.terraformrc.json. You don't just replace that in the file, right? You have to actually move that to your home directory /.terraformrc. So that's just a template, in case anybody got that idea as well. Because it looks simple. You just replace the value and then you're set. No, you also have to copy it into Factify CD right there. And I'm not going to count that because it has my token now. But now when I do that Terraform init, so the Terraform init is searching my local directory for the code, and it's searching my home directory for that file for the environment of Terraform RC. Okay. If anybody still has issues with that. Now, I did the init. I'm not doing the plan yet. It is in remote mode. I'm sorry, it is in local mode. Terraform, they just go straight to the apply. That's shooting from the hip for sure. Very John Wayne. Now watch mine fail. That would be the ultimate slap in the face. Yes. Yeah, so a little bit tricky about this workshop. It doesn't focus on the code as much. It kind of assumes that you've seen some Terraform open source code. This focuses on the enterprise bits and the Terraform Cloud bits. So you can view all of this code if you want to get an understanding of what it's doing. That would be a good idea. Oh, and if anybody wants the terminal inside Visual Studio Code, that's just Control backtick. Now let me check up on chat while my apply is running. Change. So Stephen, are you still having an error?
I am, yes. I've rerun through everything, deleted everything, recreated it, and still getting the same error.
Do you want to do a one-on-one share? So can I take a look at your screen?
Sure, if it'll allow me to do that.
That's fine. So I will, how can I do that? I'm going to have to do, oh, no, I'm using both of my machines for Zoom. So let me see how I can do that. Actually, is it okay to share with the whole group? Can you share your screen with everybody? Is that all right?
Yes.
If you're not comfortable, that's fine. I can do a one-on-one. I just have to close my other machine down.
Yeah, I'm fine doing it, but I think you need to stop sharing your screen first.
Okay, okay. Go for it. I see another question while that's happening from Xavier. Is there a way to edit the file in .terraform.d from the tab text editor? Good question. Yeah, it seems like they have a bad root path for that text editor. I don't know that you can. Because they set the root one level too high, I don't think you can. Sorry to say. That would make sense, wouldn't it? In the meantime, you can use the shell to go anywhere or do anything. It's probably not the ideal way, but yeah, the text editor is just kind of, I think it was there originally before we had figured out the Visual Studio Code for web. So maybe that would be best if we took that tab out completely because it's not very helpful. Oh, yeah, the lab said how to open a terminal in Visual Studio Code. Right. Okay, so Stephen, you're sharing now. Take a look at this. Okay, can I see your Terraform workspace tab? All right, and the settings? Perfect, local, okay, HashiCorp AWS. And states, are there any states in there? Probably shouldn't be, unless you had a partial run that got, yeah, okay, perfect. So this is still effectively a blank slate. Now, can you go back to your other tab, please? And as far as your token, you can't show me your token, obviously, but can you ls in your home directory, your .terraform rc? No, in your home directory though. I was going to say that might be what's wrong, but you're not in your home directory right now. Just RC, not dot. If you take out the second dot, sorry, dot Terraform RC, not dot Terraform dot RC. Ah, that could be why. Yeah. So the credentials file, and you pasted it in your token, I think, right? That needs to be in the home/.terraform RC. Yeah, perfect, perfect. That is a little confusing. I thought maybe we should just include it at the correct path. Okay, now we're actually making progress, believe it or not. Can you ls-a there? And can you remove your .terraform directory one more time? And can you also, oh yeah, I see your remote backend is right there. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Terraform init, please do one more time. Did this work fine before? Yeah, that's so annoying. Why? Resource not found. HashiCorp AWS. One more thing. Can you go back to your workshop in the, sorry, your workspace in the Terraform Cloud tab? Great workspace run. Can you go settings again? Is it actually locked? Is it locking things? No, it's not. And it was in local mode, right? One more time. It was, I mean, I feel like I'm, insanity is repeating over and over. That's so bizarre. What could it be? How about this? Can you go back to your Visual Studio Code tab one more time, please? ls-a one more time. It looks to me like it's got a local lock file. And ls your .terraform directory, please. So it's got a state. Let me compare my own. Terraform.ls-a. No, mine looks exactly like yours, except something is not right here. Git ignore .terraform. .terraform.tc. That file you don't need. I don't think that's causing an issue, but you don't need that file. That's what's different. And sorry, I'm losing track of the chat here. Kudos, extra kudos for people helping each other. Okay, and to the ls-a one more time. It should be exactly like mine. Yeah, it is. Okay, so resource not found. Can I say that error one more time too? One more Terraform apply, please. Error acquiring state lock, resource not found. One more thing, can you check your main.tf? It looks like it's been edited. It's got a red flag in the Visual Studio Code tab. Oh, that's fine too. Do you see on the left in your Visual Studio Code browser, it's showing that main.tf is flagged. Oh, that's just an error. Okay, never mind. What about region. Mine isn't flagging that as an error. I don't understand why yours is. That's strange. Let me do one more thing. Okay, can you try this? On the CLI in your little terminal window, can you do a Terraform force-unlock? Sorry, all one word. Dash force. That's strange. Why do you need a force dash force? Okay. Lock ID, there is no lock ID.
Probably this is I had this issue too. Probably this is the token is not set directly on the user account level.
Oh, is it an organization token?
Yes, probably it should be set on directly on the user level and use that token.
Good call.
And
so
it will not lock anymore.
Can you do me a favor then? Go to the top right, click your avatar, your user at the top menu, and user settings. Yeah, good call. If you if that's it, you just save us trouble. Tokens. Yeah. So it was a team or an organization token. That's probably why. Okay, good call. Can you do this? Can you create one there? Well, stop sharing your screen, click create one there, and then paste that token in instead. That would be we introduced team and organization tokens, and they are the most problematic things I've seen. So I'll share it again. Yeah, good call. Thank you. Now back to the chat. Is anybody else still having invalid AWS region US East 1? I hope not. Yes, we should try to do an apply and init in remote state after we delete the local state file. Interesting question. It's a question about the state file locally, right? So if I do the Terraform init with the remote backend configured, it's going to upload my state, and it should. Sometimes it deletes the local state, sometimes not. But if you try to do an apply or a plan, and the init has been done to move it remotely, and there's still a local state file, it will error out. Yeah, so ideally, you probably don't want to delete the local state file. You maybe want to move it just in case you need it again later. But yeah, ideally, you won't need that state locally again. Similarly, if you change the backend and remove the Terraform Enterprise or Cloud backend configuration, and you do an init, it should download the state locally again, I believe. Okay, question from, okay, I can't run apply as init returns failed to retrieve workspace. HashiCorp. Invalid value for HashiCorp. Now, Joe, are you still stuck, or would you like to do a one-on-one as well? Sorry, I'm really behind on the chat. Can't apply, no value for required variable. Okay, good. So this to me looks like if anybody has the variable not found, that's a sign to me that your workspace is still set to run remotely, right? Because we use the Terraform configured variables for that. Now we're going to do that next. We're actually going to switch it from local to remote. But if you have left it in remote and you do a run, the Terraform will upload your code to cloud, Terraform Cloud, and then it's going to expect to see variables defined here. See, in fact, I don't have variables defined, but if I switch this, remote, now this is added in, right? So I can define that prefix, or I can define any variable that's undefined here. Now, if I see the variables tab, that means I'm in remote mode, because Terraform will provide those for me. It will not upload my variables locally. All right. Yeah, that is the next step, I believe, in the workshop. Yes, good question about, or good point too about the case sensitivity. Group names, almost everything in Terraform is case sensitive. And I'm catching up. Which directory did you copy the file token into? Your home directory, right? So it's home/.terraformrc. That's where your credentials go. The first time I ran Terraform apply, it didn't work. Dependency problem. Second time it worked. Cute. Yeah. Interesting. If you did the init, it should have pulled down everything you needed. But if you did the apply and it took twice, I'm not sure. Maybe that's a quirk with AWS. Ironically, if anybody here sat the chip bootcamp we did, we used Terraform to stand up a bunch of Vault clusters, and AWS was having a fun week. It wouldn't work about 33% of the time for whatever reason. So sometimes AWS is finicky. Okay, I see that. Looks like people are having more success. Had to leak Terraform twice to get it work. Okay. John, what email address should we use to invite you to some of the best HashiCorp project? Ah, that's fine. Yeah, jboero at HashiCorp.com. Or I forget if you can just use my username, jboero, or you can use jboero at HashiCorp.com. And it's funny because I will get a prompt, I think. Yeah. We'll get a prompt somewhere, maybe when I log in again, saying you've been invited to an organization. Yeah, oh, there they are. Thank you. Excellent. See, now I get to see these, and I can go in, and I don't know what membership I have, but I'm not an owner. Okay, really helpful. Excellent. So people who have applied, in theory, I should be able to see everybody's status. Back to mine. Note that the org name is global, right? So if I take this and somebody else takes that in Terraform Cloud, it will report that it's a clash. It won't let you reuse the name, but the workspaces are fine. I followed all steps successfully. Don't understand what the Terraform remote state file is saved. The state was configured. Ah, okay. So if you did the apply, your Terraform state, well, first of all, if you did the init, it will take any Terraform state file you have locally and migrate it to here, right? So I did the apply, I did the apply finished. All my state file is remotely managed in Terraform Cloud now. Right? I can download it, but I can't delete it, right? So it's got my face, my timestamp, and it says if anybody screwed up, it's this guy. So I'm held accountable. Yeah, anybody who has meetings to do, sorry, that's okay. That's part of the COVID life, I guess. It's all right. At least we're working remotely comfortably from our billiards rooms or home offices, right? Group names, case sensitive, yes. Excellent. It looks like everybody's getting their issues resolved. Problem solved and app working. Thank you. Okay, good. Environment variables for access key and secret key. We'll get to that next. And funny, because one of the benefits of Instruct is it's already done it for us, right? If I look in my environment, here's my credentials, right? Instruct creates temporary credentials for us, and they're already set up. So that's generally the headache of doing one of these legacy workshops where we had to assign credentials to people, is that Instruct takes care of it. Remember that if I'm working in local mode, that's using my local credentials. If I switch to remote, which I'm going to do, I think in the next section, everybody will do, these are no longer applicable, right? So I'll have to copy these into the Terraform variables here. Okay, that's next. And nobody go stand up 1,000 Bitcoin miners on my account. It's a good idea, but it won't play out well. All right, okay, so question, having issues copying and pasting makes it difficult to follow the tutorials easy. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is tricky. Some people are not having a browser that lets them paste. Keep getting disabled in this document. What does that mean? What does disabled mean? If your whole session gets disabled, and hopefully your logged in as a user, an instructor can resume somewhere else, right? So you can shut down one web browser, bring it up on another machine, and just resume it somewhere else. I don't understand why some people can't paste into the terminal. I'm not sure. Maybe some people have some browser plugins. Yeah, some people are getting ahead. That's great. You're getting to the remote side. We'll be there in a second. Let me catch up. If your browser doesn't let you paste in, I mean, it could be a browser plugin, or it could be just a browser restriction. But middle click works fine. Control V works fine for me. You can copy and paste. If you can't copy and paste, I'm not sure. We can figure out something for you. I think we used to be able to SSH into these workstations or use a remote session. But if not, if somebody maybe is in a thin client mode in a VDI, I could see that being a problem, right? Yeah, if you're on a remote machine and you're VPN'd in and you're stuck, that's unfair. Okay. Someone's getting failed to read org entitlements. That's odd. Is that coming from Terraform Enterprise? Yes, okay, good. Shell works, pasting to and from shell. Good, yeah. So forget the text editor tab. That's not very helpful anymore. We have the Visual Studio Code tab and the shell tab. Those are much more useful. Issues copying and pasting. Okay. Failed to read org entitlements. Jammy, is that still a problem? Yes. Okay, so two things. If I had a problem with org entitlements, I would first go and make sure that the organization and settings, plan and billing, is set to the trial, self-service trial. Is that the case? You may be in free mode still instead of the trial mode with the Terraform Cloud features. Yeah. Have a check on that. Make sure you're in the right plan. If you're in the free plan, it's probably not working. Okay. Terraform variable, shift and insert, paste in terminal. Oh, that's good to know. Chose the right plan. Oh, no. Again, with the token issue, are you using a user token? Yeah, it should be in the free trial. Wait, there's free plan and there's trial. Maybe people aren't seeing the same thing I'm seeing. Let me try one of your. Oh, I'm not org owner, so I won't be able to see that. Unfortunately, I don't always get to see the normal experience because I'm a site admin of Terraform, but I'm assuming that it should all look the same for planning and billing. Right? Does anybody see anything different here, or is that how it looks? Can't see what you see. Initially, yes, when choosing the plan. So there is a free trial, and it is checked. The other question, the user token. Oh, no, let me see the self-serve. I think because you're on the self-serve. Jeremy, what's your organization name? Can you type your organization name? I can go check it out. I'll do it on the screen here, so I don't have to show everybody. Oh, of course, Jammy Training. That's why we have uniform names. Sorry. All right. Multi-factor token. Wow, I hope the microphone isn't picking up my stomach again. I have such weird chatty stomach lately. Yesterday I was doing a workshop too, and it was just noise. Let me take a look at this organization. And if anybody is running ahead, that's fine. Just remember that if you switch to remote mode, you'll have to use the Terraform Cloud variables. And you know how to get them, how to get your AWS credentials via my cheater. Right? Environment contains it on the shell. trial active. Change description order to impersonate. What I'm going to do, Jim, if that's all right, is impersonate you, so that then I can take a look. It is a trial account, so I'll just. Thank you. All right. I see your token, and it says not used yet. Yeah, it's set to local. Everything looks fine, and I see your user token. Make sure your user token is set, and then what I would do is delete your .terraform directory, the hidden directory in your workspace again, and start from scratch, and do init. Because everything looks fine. If that still gives you an error, maybe I'll go and just delete your workspace and try from scratch. Yeah, sorry. I think that's the last issue. Everybody else is okay. Everybody has cats in the cloud, and then can move on to the next step. Oh, there it is. Yeah, sorry, remove terraform.tf state. I would personally do a move instead of a remove. Okay, good. Oh, what did I not do right? Ah, how rude. We actually used that file to check the credentials. Well, what I have to do here is just fudge the credential because I'm not going to show everybody my token. Sorry. Oh, come on. All right, I'm going to do this on another machine then. Oh, that's why. Backup file, not a regular file. Done. All right. And I would like to check out where everybody is if they're. Jamie, did that help? Oh, and Xavier, yeah, no valid credentials. No, still working. Okay. No valid credentials sources found for AWS provider. Yes, this has to be set in the environment variables again. So we're junior admin status. We have a fun little quiz. Terraform state file always matches exactly what your current infrastructure configuration is false, right? Somebody can go out and delete resources or create more resources, and that won't be reflected in my Terraform state unless I refresh. Okay, setting up the next challenge. There we go. So my credentials again are in the environment. So there they are. And we switch to remote mode if you haven't already. Go to the workspace. Settings. Oh, I already switched mine to remote, that's right. Okay, and environment variables. This is the second biggest problem people have at this stage. Remember, there's both Terraform variables and environment variables. And ironically, Terraform variables can be reflected in your TF state, right? So if you're doing something with a sensitive variable, ideally it's an environment variable. So I paste my credentials in here. And in the very near future, that clipboard issue is really going to be a pain, isn't it? Copy. Invest access key ID. And the very, yeah, this is weird. Something is not right. Let me try the shell. Yeah, so it works from the shell again. Maybe Visual Studio Code is just a strange framework. And my secret key. Okay, I'll mark this sensitive. Everybody should mark that sensitive. So now this is locked in the vault. It's write only, and the only person that can read it out is the Terraform Cloud run, right? Now, there's going to be in the roadmap a very fluid integration with Vault to say, rather than just code a static credential set, fetch me a dynamic one from Vault. So every Terraform run will request a fresh credential set from Vault, and then it will be revoked afterwards, right? That's the ideal way to do it. And you can do that now if you code a Vault into your Terraform. Excellent, okay. Variable part done, yes. I love how I can just share my credentials with, I don't know, 80 people and that, sorry, 50 people. It's good for Vault demos because the Vault credentials always go away, but not here. Instruct will purge them all in a little bit. All right, so copy the environment variables. Now I need to do the Terraform variables, the prefix and region. So those are actually set in here, but remember they won't be transferred in the remote execution. So I actually have to set region in, and you don't have to make it US East 1. You might as well make it European region, that's fine. Unless instruct complains about you. For people that are migrating massive amounts of workspaces, like 100 workspaces, that's generally done by the API, right? There's automation around that. I see someone's a bit stuck. Where do I find the authorization callback URL? Ah, good question. People are getting ahead. I'm glad you're stuck. Wait for me. I'll be right there. There is actually, if you want to get ahead, you leave that as anything. You can just fill in just the same website as your OAuth endpoint, and then you replace it when you authorize on the GitHub side. Yeah, so there is, in fact, the instructions on the GitHub integration for Terraform Cloud. I'll show you what to do for that. It's confusing because you need to enter a URL. It's required, but it doesn't exist yet. Okay, wait, sorry, back to my variables. Region and prefix. My prefix, I can make up whatever I want. Cool. And then I think we do a fresh Terraform init. Okay, so and it has picked up that it's now working in remote mode. And then the plan will ship all of my code up to Terraform Cloud and execute that plan remotely. In fact, if I go over here, check my runs, you should see, oh, well, I should see a plan pop up in here. So the AWS environment variables should be in your shell. Are you not seeing, if anybody doesn't see environment variables in their shell, they can use either the terminal or the Visual Studio Code terminal. Yeah, it's all in your environment. If it's not, they maybe were wiped out by a script or something that you're in. Oh, there's nothing in your environment for AWS, really? Well, that's an anomaly. Xavier, is it okay to share your screen? Can I see it? Yeah, okay, I'll stop sharing. Go ahead. I'm not sure how that could have happened, but it's possible. Ooh, it's a mobile device, isn't it? Excellent. Okay. Wow, can you just do an ENV? That's bizarre. Can you do this for me? Can you go back to the code editor, Visual Studio Code tab? Oh, yeah, this is the same issue I had. Can you do a refresh? For some reason, during the instruct setup, again, it's AWS based. I think there's a fluke that occasionally they have a race condition and the environment doesn't fully finish setting up. Yeah, that would explain it. I hate to say, but you might need to start over. You might need to go back and, well, you already have some set up, right? Yeah, no code editor. It's confusing. I don't know why that happens. It happened to me too when I started. I'm just lucky. But if you go back to the instruct home, play.instruct.com, you can start. You can stop and start the track, and it will rebuild. Sorry about that. That's really frustrating. But the good news is you can just yeah, perfect. All right, thank you. Unfortunate. I wish we knew what causes that. Does anybody else still not have a code editor, or still not have an environment that's set up all the way? Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. All right.
John, can you? I'm getting an error with no valid credential sources found for AWS.
Yes. Okay. So you switched to remote, correct?
Yeah, I did.
And did you configure the variables here?
Yes, I did. It's very difficult. I'm not able to copy those secrets and access key, but I typed it manually. So I think it's right.
Yeah, that could be an issue. So I noticed too, now I've been having no problems with copying and pasting unless I'm in the code editor tab, right? So if I try to copy something here, it looks just fine, but it doesn't actually paste. Sorry, it doesn't actually make it to the clipboard. But if you go to the shell and you do the environment and grep, this copies, right? So I don't know why, but that's fine. So might want to try that and see if that works.
Okay, let me try. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, you know, I can't tell you how many times I've set up OAuth clients and done that callback URL, probably a good 200 or 300, and I always have to refer to the docs because I've caught a case of CRS. Anyway, yeah, that's what docs are for. Okay, setting is remote. Yeah. So let's see here. No valid credentials found. Good. That should be the same issue as long as you have those set in the variables section. The environment variables should be fine. And if they're invalid credentials, that should be one error. If they're not defined at all, that makes more sense.
Shall I share you my screen?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I'm not...
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, I think somebody else is already sharing.
Nope, that was me. I just stopped.
Oh, okay. So this is what I see in the shell.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? So if I type, let's say, this is what you told me to type.
It need to be capital. It's a case sensitive grep, or you can add the -i for insensitive.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Can you copy there? I think you should be able to copy on that page. It's working for me.
Okay. Where is it? Access key. Okay.
And there's it's a WS access key, missing A. That's probably why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it helps to paste anyway, but yeah, there you go. Perfect. Right, try that.
Let me try the other one. Sorry. Where is the secret?
Excellent. Good, Xavier. Glad to hear you got the code editor. Sorry, it's really confusing. If you haven't seen what it should look like, it might just look fine, but it's never going to finish loading that code editor. And your environment variables should be there as well. Okay. Uh-oh. Did your screen just freeze, or are you going to the code editor? Oh, there you go.
I'm getting your in. So for running this Terraform plan, can I run it? Oh, okay. Now it's, I think, moving forward. Hang on.
Yep. Perfect.
Yeah, looks like it worked. Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. You're welcome. Okay, go ahead. Why don't we take another 5-minute break and people can catch up, and hopefully should be when we're done, when we're at the next stopgap, we should be at the next stage. So not just remote. Oh, you also need to confirm. Why is it not working? I didn't even notice mine was waiting. What's going on here? Waiting for the plan to start. Oh, I'm not sharing. Sorry. Okay. I think that may have failed. Hang on. Yes. Terraform plan, fresh plan. Actually, it should be. is that not working? Of course, you can't copy this link and you can't click the link. It's code. Maybe the copy will actually work this time. Nope. Just pasted my AWS credentials into a Google search. How lovely is that? It's going to be cached forever. So I tell you what, I'm going to have to go over to the terminal again, shell, because I can actually use it here. Much better. Okay, did everybody get this far? Plan to start. I will do the apply then, and then we'll give everybody about 5 or so minutes to catch up. And I'm not sure when people would like to take lunch. We'll probably shoot for 12:30 in 1 hour, if that's okay.
Yes, works for me.
Perfect, okay. I'm waiting for the plan to start. Why is the plan? Oh, it's queued, but it's not running. So actually, we may be hitting run limitations.
You didn't set auto apply.
Yeah, but this is just the plan. The plan is queued, which is strange. So the Terraform Cloud actually has a limited number of resources, and originally, when it was released, there were no limitations. So one customer would do a code commit or a pull request, a merge, and it would trigger 100 or 1,000 runs at the same time in Terraform Cloud. So they put a limitation on that, but I'm only using one, which shouldn't be an issue. Why is it? Plan to start. Thank you. It's so bizarre. Well, what I can do actually is cheat myself here. They change these subscriptions every month now. So that's probably could be what's wrong. Maybe I'm just on an old legacy support model. There it goes. Yeah. Okay. So I set myself some concurrent runs. If anybody else has an issue, I think they should be fine. If anybody's org was created just today, and the workspace was created with the proper payment option, then it should be fine. I think it was just myself. I see issues still having the same issue. No way. Unauthorized. Oh yeah, if anybody wants to team up with the collaborating with VCS stuff, that's great. I think, and at least on the trial, you should be able to invite each other to your own orgs, so you can share orgs. So, Jeremy, remote backend encountered an unexpected error, unauthorized. So this to me sounds like a token issue. I think the token is not being accepted. So 2 things. I need. I'm just step away for 5 minutes. I'll be right back. And Jeremy, I'm going to sort out your issue, if that makes sense. And if you want to do a one-on-one screen share, we can do that. Sorry about the confusion. All right. Thank you. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Can anybody tell me if the trial that you're on with the current version of the trial privileges, do you get the cost estimation? Or is that skipped? Actually, what I can do is enable this on others. I can enable this on your org if you need, if you want to try it out. I don't think it's enabled by default in our basic trial. We love AWS, but this does tend to take a while. Azure, it takes even longer. Google, it's about half a minute. And question, Jamie, if you're there, do you want to share? Are you still having a token issue? Or I can do a one-on-one. No. Fun bit is that I can close this window, right? I can lose this session. It's still running in Terraform Cloud. I don't have to stick this in a persistent session. And the state will be kept locally as well. Right. If anybody else is past this already working on the VCS bit, which is the next side, that's fine. Otherwise, just go at your own pace, right? So I'm still taking a break and helping a few people along, and then I will jump into the VCS. Just make sure that you follow the documents here. Actually, I can put them up. That's not what I wanted. Where did this go to? Oh. There we go. Yeah, make sure you follow this if you're using GitHub. Oh yeah, don't destroy anything yet. I think that after you complete, oh, you completed the whole thing, the whole track, the whole workshop. Wow. Yeah, don't worry about that. You can destroy, otherwise Instruct will clean up anything afterwards. Kudos if you're ahead, if you're that done completely with all of the workshop. You did a whole day workshop in a half day. Yeah, that's about the fastest I think it can be done in. Oh, it's my finish. Your prize is you get to go do it all over again. So I'm glad you made it through okay. Yeah. Now you can send up all your Bitcoin miners in the Instruct workshop bill. We do get billed by Instruct, and it includes the cloud resources. So ironically, our chip boot camp, where we spend a room of something between 50 people or so, doing 3 clusters around the globe with, I think, 8 nodes in each, that gets to be a hefty bill. So luckily that's changing in the near future. Yes. It's raining here as well. Sometimes it's, yeah, Dominique says it's raining. It's I don't know, weather. I thought weather in the Midwest US was always wild, but here it just blows my mind. At least it doesn't snow 5 feet. Errored? Why did I error? Ah, timeout. So interestingly, I thought that was taking too long. Interestingly, the my settings also include a timeout. Anybody else have a timeout? Planned timeout is 30 minutes. That doesn't sound right. It timed out in 10 minutes. Really, I'm going to go and set that even lower. That's bizarre. Try one more time. Oh, sorry, there's a question in the chat. VCS provider check. Oops, we're unable to find this. New GitHub repo. So here's the tricky bit about VCS pushing to Terraform Cloud. So you have to use an OAuth user that has ownership permissions on that repo, because it has to create a webhook for Terraform Cloud. And if you don't, it will create the workspace. It will do one run, actually. And then it won't be able to pick up any code changes. So yeah, if you have that issue, you need to use a user with ownership on the repo. But that doesn't look quite like the problem here. If you already set it up, you switch to a brand new GitHub repo in the middle, you might need to recreate the workspace, or remember to fork HashiCorp AWS at the end.
John, quick one.
Yes?
Could you quickly make me host so I can make breakout?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. That's a good question. Sorry, I'm juggling a couple of threads here. How do make co-host? Why not? Excellent. All right. Does that work for you, Dominique?
You certainly made me co-host, but only hosts can make breakout sessions.
Oh, really? Sorry. Okay. All right. Let me try it again. Sure. Go ahead. Resuming the question about VCS, do you need to do something to get VCS to notice? Yeah, if you do create a new repo, you will need to recreate a workspace or create a new workspace. That is a bit tricky because the OAuth bindings and the webhook bindings are one-to-one. All right, and hang on, Jemmy, we're almost done. I think we're just setting up a breakout room. Finally finished. Took all of what, 40 seconds? That's what it should be. AWS is on the fritz again, probably because I'm doing a workshop. Right, so go ahead and finish the section here. Onto the VCS if you're not there yet. I'm going to switch screens. 1 second. Give me 5 minutes. Be right back. Right, sorry, I am back. And okay, sorry, I had to reset my environment back up with the two screens going. All right, so is everybody on the VCS side yet? I think. Oh, I'm in Teams too. Yeah, if anybody wants to invite other people in the group to their teams, great. I have a team called admins. I think I already have all of this set up. Mm-hmm. This could also be because my workspace, my org name is not correct with the standards here. Yeah, I'm gonna skip this one. Okay. Can I get a sound test? It's quiet. I guess we're gonna do lunch fairly soon.
Check 1, 2.
Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, good. Yeah. What we'll do is work until 12:30, or if you want to take lunch now, that's fine. Go ahead. We're going to take a half an hour lunch at 12:30, and if you're completely done, yeah, you can go outside and play. If you're, or pretty soon, you can go to the pub in 2 days. If you're stuck, let us know. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep going and be able to answer questions on the side when they come up. So cheers. Perfect. I hope everybody should be caught up with the VCS side. Oh, somebody's got an error. All right, I'm gonna handle that error and then we'll break for lunch. Everybody should be ideally at the Terraform compliance with Sentinel step. I'm sorry, collaborating with VCS step just before the Terraform compliance with Sentinel step. Or if you're ahead, great, excellent. All right. Can you show how to create team? Somehow I can't find it in the settings. Okay. Back in the, first of all, you have to create a team at the org level, right? So you go org settings, and it might be nice if the UX team would clarify that this is the organization settings. So org settings teams, create. And forget that. Now, once you create it, you can go into the team itself and assign what they can do. So assign members, assign org access, and remember that the workspace access will be at the workspace level. Oh, it doesn't click. Oh, so Xavier, can you share? Is that all right? Does anybody else get cold all of a sudden? I don't know if the temperature dropped 5 degrees since this morning or what, but yeah, I use a workstation under my desk, which also acts as a space heater, and I've even had it thrown on my hoodie. Okay, teams, team owners. Oh my goodness, why is that? Organization settings, teams. And it's only showing you the owner's team because, why? Can you scroll down a second again, please? A new team member. Why is it only showing the one team? Do as I say, not as I do, I guess. Let's see. All the way down to the bottom. Can you go down one more time, please? Manage organization units. You have no option to create a new team. Let me check what kind of org you have. Just a second. Don't stop sharing. Oh, you know what? I don't know how, but your organization is a trial and it's expired May 8th. So I'm guessing. Oh, no, wait a second. It's a different org. Yeah, free. Okay, you're not on the trial. That's why this is a free account. So if you go up to plan and billing trial, oh, come on. Ah, there it goes. Yeah, okay, perfect. Can you go back into Teams? Bingo. Thank you. Yes, that was a little concerning. Scared me for a second. If anybody else doesn't see the Teams, it's because of the trial. Bingo. All right, so. Error. Why am I in an error state? Because I've chosen a cheeky region. Let's fix that. Not cheeky at all. Apparently I changed it in the code. So here's a fun thing, troubleshooting code. Once you're hooked into VCS, you can see the direct commit that the latest run is based on. So in fact, I changed the region just as an experiment at previous workshop we did. Where is it? EU West 2. Where is that coming from? What's the deal? Ah, look at that. No, that's also a US East one. Oh, annoying. Well, forget this. Is there anybody else having a region issue? Oh, and also JAD90, is it JAD? JAD90. Does your TFC fork enforce mandatory tags Sentinel policy work yet? We'll get there. In fact, I'm going to jump there. Get there really quick. Okay, if anybody's new to Terraform, this is a provisioner, right? So provisioners are things that say, okay, well, after we've provisioned the infrastructure, after we stood up the VMs, whatever you're doing, run these commands to do setup. So this app is deployed with a provisioner, and this is the script being used. In fact, I think we can go into the code. See, we upload the file. We remote exec. And we deploy app.sh. So see, these variables are filled in before the provisioner is executed. Now, that means that a change to a Terraform variable will trigger a redeployment of the application and will give a new setting in the application. Oh, excellent. So someone's posted the new text. Yeah, so you can edit text. You can deploy a new application. If I go over the chat here. It's a little overkill, right? You wouldn't actually do an application code or variable in Terraform, but it is a good example of how to use the Terraform code. Okay, and the connection is set up here. I'm still not sure why my region is defaulting to EU, but I can figure that out later. I'm not worried about it. Okay, so add the text and do an apply. Catchy marketing slogan. Anybody a fan of the Christmas Story? Great. Now this has changed recently. If you were doing one of our previous workshops or you've been using Terraform Cloud for a while, funny enough, they used to have an environment variable that you had to set. Right? So destruction and deletion, you had to set allow destroy equals 1 as an environment variable manually in here. That was always kind of ugly and tedious, right? This is much better. Now you can just flip a switch if you're an owner, or if you have the privilege to do that, IQ a destroy plan. Now that will destroy everything in the state file, or attempt to, I should say, destroy everything in the state file. But it doesn't go instantaneously, right? It's another plan. So if I queue this, oh, sorry, that's not a reason, that's the workspace name. Again, I don't have auto apply on, so it's just gonna show up as a plan. And I think it's not even going to do anything because I didn't have a valid deployment before. Okay, there have been occasions when there are buggy providers. There's been some bad code behind the Terraform that actually creates a gridlock, so to speak, a race condition, something that needs to be destroyed before something else is created, and vice versa. And if you encounter that and you can't actually destroy, you can go and delete, right? You can delete the whole workspace. The caveat is you're going to have to hunt down all the resources manually from the state file. Soft failed, tags, yeah, I don't have any tags, but I don't care. This has just been another policy that I had existing. It probably isn't used by everyone else. If I wasn't owner, right, if I was just a member of the developer team, I might not be able to override that. That's when we get into the Sentinel policy. And if people are curious, in fact, if you've done what the script says and you want to explore a little bit more, Terraform guides is our pre-sales repo that we use all our demonstration code from. Governance, there's actually a couple generations of Terraform, and most of these demos are provided by Roger Berland out of New York. He's our chief Sentinel wizard, actually, and they have all kinds of great examples here for multi-cloud. Restrict AMI owners to certain people, restrict assumed roles used, restrict database instance, engines, EC2 type. Okay. He often will leave it just simple that you get a list, you get an array, you get to add it and remove what you want from it, and then that's your code. Anybody can copy these or fork these and use them on their own. We do have, I believe the roadmap contains a wizard in the Terraform console, Terraform Cloud UI, I should say, and you can browse policies. It's not there yet, but it's supposed to be a much more user-friendly way to try out the policies, right, and experiment and create your own. It used to be that policies were actually pasted into or edited in Terraform Cloud. Right? They weren't part of version control, which was just a kind of introductory way to get going. Now, obviously, there's bindings. So this policy is actually coming from Git. And simple thing, right? Just step through the plan, make sure everything has tags. If something has tag 0, return false. And we bind that to a policy set, right? So it used to be, again, you had to enable every Sentinel policy workspace you wanted it to be. Now you create them in sets, right? So a demo policy set contains maybe all of the environments that I'm going to group together. Okay, and I have the option with the policy set to say enforce on all workspaces within the org, or enforce on selected workspaces. And this one, I believe, is I think it's I'm going to leave it, but I think it's a warning, just an advisory. Okay. Again, these are only in the trial that you've got. So if you don't see these, you're missing the trial pay and billing option. Okay. Anybody who needs more than a month to do the trial or wants to show anybody else, let me know. I can just push back your trial expiration. I can also give a team a full-featured trial, not just a trial restriction, but you could be full-featured, good for a month, good for a group of people to put together a demo or an evaluation. And as for the private, the Terraform Enterprise installed on-premise, there's two versions of this, actually. We use a service called Replicated, which is just a kind of a single container scheduler. It coordinates a private Docker registry that we have with all our application images. and it allows you to install the platform. Actually, quite a few people, quite a few ISVs use this lately. I think Splunk or a couple of CM solutions use it. And it is a little tricky to set up. I have set up guidelines for doing this, but you can stand up an instance of Terraform Enterprise in about a half an hour if you're pretty good with it. You will need to set up SSL certificates with a valid chain, and you'll have to have a trust between your Terraform Enterprise and your VCS repo, right? So it's going to be important for webhooks. Now, there's the two versions that are serving it. Currently, it's a single node. It's a monolith that we do in an HA deployment with 2 nodes. So you do an active passive failover. The future and the next version, which was released in beta and is hopefully going to be released to GA fairly soon, is the same platform on an HA and auto-scaling Kubernetes cluster. So not just a single node in Docker containers, but it will automatically be HA and auto-scaling Kube cluster. Okay. So ideally, that's what the future is going to hold for anybody trying to deploy this. Also, it's going to be available in a few things. It's going to be available in some cloud marketplaces. So AWS Marketplace hopefully should have it. In fact, you see how handy my bookmarks are. I just use Google for everything. Anybody can do this now. Right. It's listed there. Unfortunately, it still is a contact us. So this is a typical pricing structure. Right. The rest of our products should be in the marketplace fairly soon. I think a few of them already are. AWS has been pretty good with us. And even more importantly, as of last week, the announcement of HashiCorp Cloud Platform, or HCP. This is also going to be available to our partners in Somerford, and a quick way to pick your cloud, choose the product you want to deploy, and automatically have it use Terraform behind the scenes to give you what you need. My first probably year at HashiCorp was maybe about 80% Terraform Enterprise installations. And it's not always fun, right? You have to worry about TLS certificates. People have TLS inspectors, right? Transparent gateways, packet shapers. People have mandatory proxies. And oftentimes you'll find that customers find they have 10 certificate authorities and none of them are paired with each other. So it does take a bit of setup. Okay. But it is great. Once it gets up and running, it is pretty rock solid. I'm jumping around a little bit, but if you're still skipping ahead or running ahead in the workshop, don't stop to listen to me. Just let me ramble in peace. Okay. I think the reason mine is idempotent is not working because yeah, there it is. Because I've already done this before. And I have some changes already in place that are breaking my commits. Yeah, I have to set that up. Funny enough, you don't have to make it work, you just have to show it in your bash history. Okay. The system works. Right, so quiz 3, if anybody's not done it yet, VCS-backed workspaces enable the following features, choose true. This one bugs me because I disagree with the answer. I think I've watched me get it wrong every time. Can't remember last week, so. Enable the features, the following features, code reviews. Yes, if you're doing pull requests. Cost estimation is done without VCS integration. Automated testing of Terraform code. Yes, because you can actually do a pull request, right? And if you do a pull request, Terraform will run a plan in a side workspace. So it will actually create you a temporary run that will validate your code. And VCS does not enable Terraform provisioners, they're already enabled. Okay, got it right. Excellent. Okay, so we just briefly touched on the module registry earlier. In fact, if you're doing open source, you get access to registry.terraform.io, right? This is our public module registry. It includes also the providers and the modules written by our cloud partners. So AWS works really closely with our engineers in the Bay Area, well, in the US, I guess, as a whole, as well as some of our engineers just in the northern UK, some of our modules engineers. And they get these published oftentimes before a feature is even released in AWS, which is fantastic. All the engineers have worked really well with us. So rather than just set up individual resources, right, one by one, a module groups things together. In fact, you might want to call it a function. This is the equivalent of a function in Terraform. Things you're going to be reusing quite a bit. Things you're going to be doing many times over. Often can be simplified or refactored with a module. So in fact, the refactoring process is really simple. If you write a main.tf or a workspace that you really like, but you want to replicate it, generally, all you have to do is copy it into a modules directory. And you kind of, by moving it into a directory, you effectively make it a module. Okay. So that's all these are. The module takes inputs, and this may have 100 resources behind it, right? So just simplify it, specify which parameters are required, which are optional, and then you can use that as a cookie cutter or a template for a deployment like that. Okay. Now, excuse me, when you do a, sorry, when you use a public module, you refer to the code location. Right? In fact, all of the module registries have a GitHub link to the public code. And Anton Bovenko is one of our partners out of, I think, Ukraine, who does quite a few modules as well. If you have a air-gapped network, an air-gapped network, or a Terraform Enterprise in a secure environment where you don't have access to the public module registry, you do have access to the private module registry. So you can use and publish modules here. And people with open source projects that have 100 modules, and sometimes modules nested 4 layers deep, it's always a good idea to move these into the module registry. Oftentimes you'll find during that migration that a lot of poorly written code results in a large migration, and you need some help. That's where we have people like Somerford, right? We have the partners that are helpful in refactoring code and migrating open source to enterprise. There is a trick to this that sometimes open source doesn't follow. You have to follow a naming convention, right? You see over here, public modules always have this naming convention in the Git repo. They have provider, Terraform-provider-modules, and then module name. So Terraform AWS security group. And if you don't follow that naming convention, private module registry won't work, because that's how Terraform expects a module to be defined in a registry. So some people will need to refactor some of their local code if they don't have that naming convention. Okay. Now what we do, I think, let's see the latest on this, is, yeah, we're going to fork Terraform AWS VPC module. So go to the control panel, click on modules, add. Yeah, so you do have to fork it. So go here, and some people are probably already well done with this. If not, stick with me, that's fine, you do it together. Okay. Click on the link. This is the module registry page for it. It's got the documentation and the description of inputs and outputs. But it also has the GitHub source code link. So fork it into your own GitHub. You end up having quite a few repositories when you do modules like this. That's okay. Now, go into your modules page. Add module, and I've already got it here, but you can add module, select your VCS, AWS VPC. And if I do this, it will complain that it already exists. But when that happens, same as a webhook, right? Same as a workspace, you get a webhook. Uh-oh, trying to create a VPC is very frustrating. I'll go over that in a second. Okay, so I should say that Terraform creates a webhook on that repo, and any tags, right? Any version tags will trigger an update automatically in Terraform, which is helpful. So you get to select versions, not commits, not merges, just like Terraform Workspace, but only tags. Okay, so trial and error, cited block is enough. Yeah, it is a little bit tricky sometimes, and some of these are you'd think be pretty simple, but you get the configuration designer in modules. Right? So select what you want, and I think that's actually described here. Create new Terraform file called vpc.tf. Yeah, this is incomplete, I would say, a partial description of what to do. You can do this. You can create vpc.tf and manually type that, but I'm lazy. Right? So use the module designer, add the VPC module next, and it will pop up in a nice form for me with what's required and what's not. Right? And some of these aren't always true. Like I don't need a database subnet assign IPv6 address on creation value. But a subnet, I hope this is the right module this time. There's a lot of AWS VPC modules. Let me see, just to get the format of the data. It's going to complain unless I've checked deferred. Yeah, so I have to either fill these in. I'll say deferred, 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 deferred. Wow, there's a lot required on this. Maybe everybody else has a different VPC module. That's simpler. Okay, I've gotten down to the optional values. All I do is hit next, preview configuration, and this has given me my code. Right? It hasn't published it. Okay, it hasn't published this code, but it's given me something to start with. Okay, and it's helpful if I have like 3 modules that I'm hooking together that have some dependencies, or I want to look up variables. It generates some easy code. Push the changes to get and trigger run. Excellent, you're ahead of me. That's exactly what you should do, right? So you would put this in Git, or you can do it here. No, you can't. HashiCorp AWS. Is this expected when publishing the module? PQ could not serialize access due to read. When hitting publish, no, that shouldn't be expected. The one thing that I can think of for that is that your OAuth user within your organization has admin access to that repo. And I'm guessing they do. But if they don't, if you created a different user within GitHub just for your OAuth token in your Terraform Cloud access, then you might need to give them admin or owner on that repo to create the webhook. It looks like a privilege error dependencies. Cannot serialize access due to read-write dependencies. Yeah, that's my guess. I'm not sure. Give it a try though. Make sure that that OAuth user has admin or owner. And this is rubbish. Get rid of this. just enough to make it work. Okay, so remember this isn't publicly available. This is a private modular registry. So if somebody's logging in without a Terraform Cloud session, this is not going to be accessible. It's by default. Right. Unsure what needs to be done for the API stuff. Upload the value in the JSON file. Ah, you're getting ahead again. What needs to be done for the API stuff? Updated the values in the JSON files and pushed. Did that one apply? I'm still not sure. We'll get there. In fact, let me skip ahead there. Is everybody on the API already? This is the trouble with not having your classroom and not having people in the same location because you don't know where. Okay, I don't know where people are if they're on the same page. Yeah, there a minute ago because I didn't define all the values. It's fine. Ah, no, because I already used it again. I already defined it. My mistake. Oh, in fact, I should show before I do that. So remember we talked about the quiz question, and it said version control gives me automated testing, right? So if I do a code change, something stupid like add a comment for, even if that's not valid, create a new branch, right? Propose changes, and I get to watch this happen on the side. So it's not actually running on my workspace. My workspace is untouched, but it is going to do a plan and make sure that the code is valid. Okay. It's actually doing that in the side. So if I go to details, this is a side run. It's not affecting my current workspace at all. Sorry, my zip on my hoodie is banging against my microphone. Okay, that's helpful. That's you don't need to do a pull request. You don't need to do branching strategies, but it is ideal, right? So I'm going to discard that one. Pull request. If you look at my GitHub and my demo workspaces, I have the most uneventful GitHub ever because I've got all kinds of merge requests that I then just abandon and fail and just reset everything. And then I commit the stupidest code commits just to show a run. That's very exciting. Right. So I'm going back to this. I've published the module. I should pull the master. I should do this. Yeah. Ah, perfect. API tokens. So we already got an API token for the remote backend. And we're actually going to create one for automation. I think I can skip this bit. Yeah, the VPC network module isn't my state file because I can't actually run it. Okay, bingo, API-driven workflows. So we've published a module. We've ideally used the module. If your code is untouched, right? If you have the original code, you can add that. Now, API-driven workflows, and this one is important. So I've set this up. In addition to the API-driven workflow, I get to plug my, one of my personal contributions. I've got a repo that is full of Fuse clients, Fuse file system clients for all of our products, right? So there's a console Fuse client. It's pretty basic. There's Nomad, Vault, and Terraform. Okay, and these actually map the APIs to a file system. So TFE is actually one of the most helpful Terraform Enterprise because, and I've got the binary running locally, and I have a token set in my environment variable that persists. And if I do this, TFEFS, single-threaded -o direct IO, not TFE. Okay, I've now got a client with my token listening and presenting itself at that file point. Right, so this is my organizations. Why is there nothing in my organizations? My token must not be set after all. Famous last words. Look at this great thing that helps you out, and then it doesn't work. (401). I don't have a token set at all. Let me set this on the machine 1 second. I think I finally purged all my tokens in the end because I was doing too many recordings like this. There we go. See? So whereas it looks like I'm listing directories, I'm actually listing the API responses. So this is sending out, getting all the JSON from the API, calling a list of my organizations, and then listing everything underneath. So if I go into my one that I'm doing here, sorry. I can see my workspaces. I can see my policy sets. In fact, I can see all my state versions and I can read them just like JSON files, right? This is great. This is a simple way to use the API. I don't have to worry about the curl commands. They're all handled for me. And the whole project actually is about, I don't know, 500 lines. Yeah, 504 lines. So it's super easy way to get running and monitor. Yeah.
A few people in the chat are asking what you're doing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. So we're doing this. Where are these commands coming from? No, this is, yes, sorry, this isn't part of the lab. So we're doing the API part. We're doing the API instruct side. That's helpful. Now, what this is doing is a curl command. So you export your token. And we're actually getting it out of that file. So make sure we have it in the right file. And then exporting the org and using curl, right? So we're using curl manually to get these API endpoints. This is doing the same thing, right? This is actually a file system client. So this is a file that you can run with your token set, and it'll let you list and browse your organizations like file system. So in fact, the top window is doing all of my curl commands and doing all of my fetches for my workspaces. And it's also hitting some files that don't exist because the OS is trying to check for local files as well. But it's a straightforward, really simple way to go and do things like this. So what we're doing.
And what was it called?
TFE-FS. So all of these fused file systems, TFE-FS file system. And I can't even see the whole command here, but what we're doing in this example is we're getting the ID from our HashiCorp AWS workspace, right? So I actually have to set this, but you have to copy and paste all these commands. Export your token, which is going to fetch from that file. Your API token, export your org, make sure you put the right org in. And this is just set up for the curl command, right? You can actually just do the curl command if you put things in. Curl header with the bearer token set to your token. Set the content type. Here's the endpoint, substituting org, right, inside. JQ to find the result. So that's my workspace ID, right? My workspace name can be duplicated all over the globe. Yeah, this can be, I'm sorry, this is a way that my workspace name can be duplicated 1,000 times in Terraform Cloud, but the ID is unique. And if you're doing the API, you will need the workspace ID or the run ID oftentimes instead of the name. Whereas a lot of this is handled for you automatically here. So if I go to the same thing, this is my my org, workspaces, HashiCorp, AWS, all of it's here, right? I can list my runs. I can cat my run. It's just JSON, right? This is doing the exact same thing as the API. In fact, you can view, because it's in debug mode, what it's fetching. So if you are REST API first, this is a great way to start, because it's just pure JavaScript, or sorry, pure JSON, I should say. And it's simple. You don't have to remember any of the commands, any of the paths within the API for this. Anyway, just an option. That's a fun thing for people to do. It's not part of the lab. But all we did was get the ID for our workspace, right? Now, the challenge here, and most people are probably done already, is to create a script that will do all this automatically, right? And use a global find and replace, which is real classy. Okay. So it's creating a run on the variables. Rather than, I told you about people who have to create like 1,000 workspaces at a time. They would generally do that with the API with automation. So I can just get vars here. And notice that my private variables will be masked. So if it's something sensitive, it's not listed here. Or at least it shouldn't be listed here. Yeah. Sorry, there's an error. So, oh yeah, console. My are you talking about my terminal? Yeah, my terminal is console, sorry. Console, TFE-FS. Having issues linking my GitHub to VCS. Is this for the module registry? Xavier, sorry. Two questions. So Xavier, is your GitHub VCS stuck for, okay, for the module registry, yes? Yeah, if it's the same error that was encountered before, that the OAuth token that you created the GitHub integration with might not be admin. Might be an owner of that repo. Oh, I got a flood of questions coming in. Okay. Is the web client is buggy again? Is there a command you can retrieve some text editor to save my file? That's a good question. I think it's Control S. Yeah, Control S. See if you see the floppy disk up here? Control S makes that save. Yeah, so if you're stuck in the text editor, you can use Control S. Oh, it's broken. Oh, why can't we have nice things? Sorry about that. It may be a JavaScript error if you just want to hit refresh. Well, I guess you can't refresh there. Maybe you can just refresh the whole browser tab. I wonder if it's one of those Magic Mac keyboards. So back to Xavier's issue. So are you, what is the error? What is the error? Integration seems done. Everything looks configured. Ah, that's interesting. PC next to this one. We were unable to find the HashiCorp AWS VCS repo connected to your workspace. This is for, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead and share Xavier. Sorry. Oh, and JAD90, the command you need to run. Oh, for running TFEFS. So you actually need to download that binary if you're going to use it. That is, there's a Yum repo. If you have a Yum machine or a Linux machine, you can just install it. Sorry, here. I'm not sharing my screen, so nobody can see this. I'll set it up so I can show you when I get the screen back. Right, sorry, Xavier, go ahead. We were unable to find. Ah, okay. Can you pull up your Terraform tab? Okay. And then can you open that repo in GitHub? The repo itself, not the OAuth application. Oh, where is it? Okay, can you save that tab? Can you go back to the, no, don't stop yet. Leave that open. Can you go back to the Terraform again, Terraform tab? Sorry, yeah, the instruct tab. You were right. Can you, sorry, my mistake. Can you go back to the instruct tab, please? Oops, we're unable to find HashiCorp AWS. Oh, okay. I see what's going on now. Yeah, so you need to fork that. So you see that link, the red text that says github.com HashiCorp. Yeah, open that and hit fork. Bingo. Yeah, I think it was missing from your repos. All right, that should take care of that. Try once more after you do that, right? Thank you. You can stop sharing. Perfect. Yeah, sorry. If you want to try the HashiFuse clients or the TFEFS clients, there's a repo here. It's all public. jvoro/HashiFuse. And like I said, I think there's a make file, or you can just use the RPM. And it's something like a 50 kilobyte file. All it does is map the API endpoints to files. So as long as you have your TFE address set, usually to app.terraform.io, and your TFE token, then you can run it like this. Mount it wherever you want. Where is the Yum repos? Perfect. So here is a community Yum repo with all of our packages, all of our software. Community editions only, right? I'm not allowed to do the enterprise ones yet. Hopefully engineering should have those available soon though. So there's console download, there's console FS, there's Nomad RPM and Nomad FS. Okay, TFE, FS, and the Terraform open source binary. So because there's no service with Terraform, it's Terraform Enterprise TFE FS. Excellent. Yeah, it's a real handy way to explore your workspace. In fact, we adjusted the pricing. It's based on the consumption, right? Because again, a small team isn't going to pay the same amount as a huge organization or bank. So we actually do pricing now on how much you're using Terraform Cloud. Sorry, Terraform Enterprise, a paid version on Terraform Cloud. And there was no way to count how much people were actually using it. So we had to use I've had to use this a couple times to actually count how many people, how many runs people are doing. So here's all my workspaces. There I can see how much I've had runs in all my workspaces. And it's a much scarier thing if I go back to my EMEA SE playground organization, because there's so many workspaces and so many runs. Yeah. Boom, right? There's a lot of data there. But there's no database interface. There's no way to actually list this unless you're using the API. And rather than try to figure out a huge script with the API, you can use this to list everything really quick. And it is cached, so it goes really quick afterwards. Bit of a off track, but extra credit, and definitely something that you might find handy if you're going to be messing with the API quite a bit. So is everybody, yeah, I'm looking at the URL, Jed, okay. Curl bear token, yes, authorization. Content type, post data apply.json. Yeah, that looks correct, and it depends on the content of your apply.json. Do you want to share, or do you just want to paste it? So that should be fine. Yeah, that looks like it should be good, as long as your workspace ID is substituted in your apply.json. That should be fine. I lost my terminal. Oh, I'm in the code editor. I'm in the wrong window. So the ID that I got up here, that workspace ID, which I had to look up from the name, I'm going to substitute that here. Ah, this is where we can't copy and paste again. How annoying is that? Use the shell window every time. I guess that's the lesson here. Okay, I didn't substitute my org name.
There's a question of where does it say what to do with that workspace ID?
Ah, yeah, so it says fetch your workspace ID, right, with that curl command, copy and save that. Now use the 4 JSON files located in the JSON directory to update your variables. It's not very clear on that, unfortunately. Sorry about that. But what it means is to open each of these and see replace with your workspace ID. Do it there. Height. So again, we're changing the application. We're going to change the size of the application. We can replace that via the API as well. So that's just changing a variable. That's going to trigger redeployment with the new height. In fact, my height should be, I don't know, 960. I don't know what it is by default. Okay, save that. Terraform API is magic and a bunch of monkey Unicode characters. Replace me. What do we replace this with? I forget. Placeholder, really anything we want. And the workspace ID. Workspace ID. So mine's going to be 600 by 960. I think then we just don't have a variable called placeholder in my workspace. What? I do. I guess I'm supposed to leave it placeholder. Oh, I see. That's actually waiting for me to set this up here. My mistake, because I've redone this now. I need to create a variable called placeholder. Default. Okay. Now I don't have font height. Of course not. Height width. My mistake, because we're using remote mode now. So actually what I should have done was do that by the API. That's the problem. So that's what it's expecting me to do. So just like you said with the, actually 800 by 600. Where does it say what to do with the workspace ID? Update those. Okay. Now, curl dash, and this is, I hate to say, we're root here. We can do whatever we want, right? Enough of the bash. This is awful, but I am a Fedora and Red Hat guy. Apt cache. I'm sorry. No, I was right the first time. Yes. We can really install whatever we want and break our environments, and it will all be fine in the end. Fish is the ultimate way to play with curl and API commands, because it just remembers everything you did. Eventually. Speaking of breaking the environment, there we go. Fish. Now I feel better. Look at this. All right. Authorization, bearer, token, content type, and data. Request post. Oh, actually, it doesn't show what you need to do in here, but you may need to pull up the API link, API documents. Variables. So list, in fact, if you just get vars, oops. Get that out of the way, sorry. If you just curl vars, but you have to specify the workspace name and organization name, you can get the actual variables out there, right? But we need to set them or update. So this is what the payload is, right? This is the template we're given. And sensitive false, right? If I make it sensitive true, this value, again, will be masked, and I can't read it back out. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. I would need to get the variable, sorry, the variable ID as well, which is tedious. Where's the create, delete, update, list, create? Yeah, that's why. So the payload defines the workspace and everything that I'm going to be applying. Not payload. Oh, I'm already there. Var height. Oh, key's already been taken. Yeah, because I created it in the UI. Sorry. So that's what you should do. And in fact, that if you do set these all up, then you can just loop through each of them and apply them. And hence that's why it says use the global search and replace. So your workspace ID is delivered not by get, not by the actual get values, but by a post payload. In most cases, right? And in fact, the command is important because, like, if you have to update this, like I would now, you have to switch it from a post to a patch. Sorry. There we go. So be careful with that. Always keep a good eye on the documents for this and bookmark. Okay, I think. Question, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's quite slightly unclear if the objective is what you're doing at the moment.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I've veered all over the place. Yeah, so ideally they want you to set this by the API. I made the mistake of doing it in the UI. I should have been following along, sorry, and doing it by API. But either way is fine. Yeah, so the tricky part about this, and the reason it says challenge, is it doesn't explain what to do in detail, right? What you should have done.
The question is, if the objective is the lab is to remotely create variables in Terraform Cloud, then how do we do that when you've created them by hand?
Yeah, so like I did, I went and created them by hand. That's fine. But there's two ways now. Remember, there's a create command by API, or there's an update command. So if I wanted to, I could delete these from the UI and then recreate them by the API, just the way that I was supposed to, right? Which is explicitly forbidden by lab instructions. I'm sorry. Yeah, if I had read the lab instructions, I would know that. My mistake. I fudged it. Can we please recreate them using the API? Oh, sure. Yeah, no, perfect. If you want to, yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. When I get rambling, I lose track of the instructions. Sorry about that. So do this again, and it worked, right? Now I did a request post to vars with the payload of var height, which is right here. It has my workspace ID. My token is actually in the environment variable here. And the content type is important as well. Okay, so this was created now by API, and it returns the result, whether or not it was successful. Notice, remember, that it's not sensitive. Okay, so it can be viewed. Okay, so now I have to do this. Yeah.
Sorry, while we're doing this, I'm also mindful of time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fine. So we're really close to the end now, I suppose. Yeah. Half an hour. That's fine. We should make it. We'll be okay. How did I generate this command? So I copied this from the document, right? I went. Where did I go to the document page on API? Got too many tabs. Okay. Terraform.io docs cloud API. Variables. So this is the tricky part. Normally in the instruct track, it would show you step by step how to generate that command, but it doesn't. So you actually have to hunt and find the documents page. Okay. So the first one is create a variable. And there's an example right here. There's an example payload, much like the one we're using. Okay, and a sample request. So I copy this. Notice that it's using the same token variable. So all I have to do is copy and paste it, and then change the payload.json. Yeah, sorry if I've gotten ahead of myself or jumped around, but we'll do the same thing here for the var height. Detail key has already been taken. I thought I deleted that. I did delete that. Ah, no, I'm sorry. Did I do the height twice? I meant to do the width. My mistake. There we go. See, and it returns a result that it was successful. So if I go back and refresh. There used to be a Terraform CLI or TFE CLI as a cheater way to do this as well. Not just a fuse file system like I use, but TFE-CLI. And you can use this as the following: workspace list, variables. I think variables were set in here. Create workspace. Come on. TFE-CLI variable, right? So you can do that here too. And once again, this is just mapping commands to the REST API. So it's written, I think it's written in Go. Yeah, so it is universal. It's the same platform as the rest of TFE.
We have another question.
Yeah, I see. Lab seems hard to follow. No, sorry. It is a little bit hard at this point. So it seems like they put all the detail in the content until this very last bit and said the challenge is figure out how to do this on your own, which is unfair. Yeah, by finish. Now, we got the workspace ID, right? And it guided us how to use the basics of the API to figure that out. What I would do, in fact, what I probably should submit as a pull request to this is to put a link for the API documents right here, as if to say, here's the link, you can find out what to do. Yeah, don't forget, this will be active for another day. I think it's good until Saturday, technically, or sometime before that, where the environment will shut down. So this won't just go away when our time expires. Okay. Yeah, if anybody has to run, thank you. Cheers, everyone, for joining. Yeah, Will for helping. Okay, the objective is to write a curl command to create variables via curl. Yeah, so it's using the REST API via curl. Okay. Cheers, thank you, Xavier. Save your environment if you want to come back and visit later. We'll be in touch, perhaps. Let me know if you have any questions. Contact me by email or LinkedIn. We can get that to you, no problem. Okay, so I created the two variables programmatically. I'll just finish this out. I'll do the placeholder and then we'll call it a day. I should be able to do the apply. Okay. Go back to the documents page and apply.
John,
Yeah.
another question. If you are able to post what goes in the vpc.tf so they can progress with other things.
vpc.tf. Oh, are people stuck on the vpc.tf? Sorry. Let me check my repo.
Unfortunately for me, it's not triggering a run. I've done those changes, but yeah.
Oh, is it just a case of the commit not triggering a run?
Yeah, apparently. At least for me.
Yeah, so in order for that to be, you do have to have the auth token. The auth provider has to be an owner of the repo to create webhooks, right? Because otherwise, that the first code pull will be done by Terraform Cloud, and then there will be no webhook created for pushing updates.
So I need to create a webhook for that?
You don't need to. It should create it automatically. But if your user that you set up OAuth with is not an owner and doesn't have the ability to set up webhooks, then yeah, that won't happen automatically. So you can create a webhook by recreating the workspace with the right user, with the right OAuth provider, if that makes sense. Yeah, some people have asked about manually creating webhooks with Terraform Cloud, and I don't think it is supported. It's not a clean option. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I think we have people a little bit all over the place now. Some people on the VPCs, some people are still on the are ahead on the APIs. So what goes in the VPC.tf? Let me look. This is what mine was 3 months ago when I did this workshop. Ah, there's my EUS too. That's why. I got too adventurous. Okay, this should be enough. In fact, I can paste this into chat if need be. Double check my region, but yeah. Oops, sorry, hang on, that was in publicly. Okay, can everybody see that? Try that. If your VPC.tf isn't working, it should be enough to at least get past this point. Okay, perfect. So now I should actually be able to apply as well. Perfect. Okay, so that should be enough to get your VPC up and running. Although, look, I'm using the Terraform AWS modules VPC AWS. I'm not using the private module registry, which is pretty sneaky. You should probably change that source to be your own private module. My mistake. Okay, and that would look like I had done earlier. Right here, yeah. So set the source equal to your private module registry if you can. app.terraform.io/your name, or your organization name /VPC/AWS. All right. And then it will use your own instead of the public registry. I think I've got an older version of the AWS VPC module, so I had to use the public one. But that's enough to get me going, right? So just to finish out the APIs, if you do trigger, somebody had posted the path to the apply endpoint. Yeah, apply.json, yeah. Data equals apply.json. And let me double check my content of apply. Workspace ID, yep. So workspace ID is global, and you only have a run triggered on a workspace. So that's enough, should be enough to get me up and running. Yep, I triggered one. So because I already have one running, it's gonna trigger another one in the queue. In fact, if I go look at my runs, see I have one pending as well. That'll happen after this applies. So this one was triggered by API. In fact, it even shows Terraform Cloud API. This one was triggered from GitHub. And this one was triggered from the Terraform Cloud UI. All right, so you have your options for sure. What should your put in replace me, any number really, right? So that's going to show up in the HTML for the cats, the kittens as a service app. So any number, 800, 600, 320, whatever kind of image height you're looking for, that will go out and find a cat image of that height. There's also bears as a service. One of the pull requests we do as an example is bears as a service instead of kittens as a service. Okay, does that help? And also with the width, right? So height and width both have a replace me variable, and they should be numeric, whatever kind of numeric or integer, I should say, number you've got. I think I put in 960 by 600 or 800. And in fact, when that shows me my outputs, it's going to show a link. There it is, to my cat app URL, which may take a while to actually be available, but oh, there's no image. Why not? Oh, placeholder. I put in the placeholder wrong. Yeah, so you actually have to have the server name set. Mistake. Placekitten.com. That's what it should be. Trigger one more run and it should change that. It'll automatically determine what needs to be rebuilt and redeployed. Now conversely, if I also change the region, the beauty of that is it'll just tear down everything in region US East 1 and rebuild it wherever I say. Pretty quick way to migrate to another side of the plan. Excellent, and we're kind of winding down. There's going to be, at the end of this, 2 recordings, right? There's going to be the first half of the recording that I did locally, apparently, and then will be the second half, which is recorded to the cloud. So I will work with Somerford to make sure that both are publicly available if you want to catch up and review it, or just have another kind of catch-up review. Don't forget your environments will be available, like I said, for I think 2 or 3 days. And I'll stick on. I'll still be around. I'm not going anywhere. I should be able to hang on for another hour or so, even if we end up going over. If anybody has questions. Okay. And if anybody has to run, thank you. Feel free to submit your feedback to myself or to Connor or to Somerford. I'm happy to receive all types of feedback. And I will be submitting a few changes to this, including the API documents link. I think I should have been able to succeed right now. Yeah. No, Terraform Cloud, or sorry, Terraform Private Module Registry does not automatically sync from the public registry. Only syncs the tagged releases. Okay. Remember, and if you have to go or if people are leaving, that the workshops are publicly available, and there's more than just Terraform Cloud on AWS, right? Any of the other cloud options are here. The Terraform open source, if people want to go back and recover that, maybe they want to get strengthen their Terraform open source skills, or if you want to get certified on associate. Right? There's 2 levels of certification right now that partners can do, and now recently has been open up to the general public. And anybody that's curious about getting certified can check out here, HashiCorp.com/certification. So there's Terraform Associate and Vault Associate, and these are remotely proctored multiple choice exams. right? So somebody will watch you over a webcam as you answer. They are fairly high level, right? The Terraform and Vault Associate exams are pretty lightweight. They're actually, I think, about an hour, hour and a half. And generally I think it costs $70 now. We just got a general public option that people can buy the certification. And it's, like I said, all open source. You don't get enterprise Terraform certification until you hit pro professional, which isn't even public yet. It's still in the works. Okay. Happy to help anybody with this out. It's a really great way to up your Terraform game, so to speak. All right. Thank you. I think we're winding down. Is anybody else stuck? I can answer questions. If anybody else has to drop, thank you very much for joining. And I hope I didn't bore anybody to death. Hope nobody fell asleep. Sun's coming out again, so I think we had a great day. Oh, thank you. Cheers. Can you continue to the lab practice after the session? Absolutely. Yeah. Well, so like I said, it'll be live for another 2 days, I think, at least. I let the invitations stand for, I think, 2 days, and the sessions will be valid for 3. I believe that should be right. Great. I'm glad people found it useful. Yeah, so if you want, you can actually send a link to other friends. Like I said, it's good for a day or two. If you have colleagues that want to try it that couldn't make it, have them use the link before 2 days so that we can get their session good for 3 days. Cool. And I am, what I'm going to do is, once again, shut my environment down. So if I go back, if anyone goes back to the menu, stop. That'll destroy all of your environment. Otherwise, you just keep using it. Make sure you have your username, your login associated with it. Otherwise, we won't be able to get back. Sure. So what I'm going to do, I will leave the session active. I will take off my headphones, turn on the speakers, and I'll hang out. And I'm going to answer some emails on my other system. But if anybody has a question, just feel free to chime in. I'll be around, like I said, for another hour or so. Right. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining.